Okay, so we're going to officially open the public session of Waterfront Design Review Panel. This is our 163rd meeting for the record. And welcome to everyone. We have not met since June 21st, and there are obviously several major items that we have to discuss today, but I want to start with a special acknowledgement of the very sad passing of two of our members, Claude Cormier and George Baird, who passed away in the last months. And the panel is going to specifically develop ways to honor their contributions to Toronto, to the waterfront in particular. There'll be more information on that in the future. Just briefly, Claude Cormier served on the panel for 10 years, from 2010 to August 2020, and had over 100 projects that he reviewed. And the ones that people would be most familiar with on the waterfront would be H2O Park, Sugar Beach, Love Park, and the end of the ship channel at the end of Keating, which is the park still yet to come. There was a major celebration in Montreal of his life that various panel members attended, apparently by over 500 people in Montreal, and he will be sorely, sorely missed. And that picture of Claude is how I always remember him, with that magnificent smile. And for those of you who have had the benefit of getting his fabulous book called Serious Fun, that's Claude. And that's what he contributed to Toronto, among so many other things. George Baird was the longest serving member of our panel, started 2005, reviewed 250 projects, attended almost every meeting as far as I'm aware since 2005, with a few exceptions. And George was an icon, a champion of architecture, passion for the public realm, and native Torontonian, professor, of course, and head of the Dean of Faculty of Architecture at Harvard University. Such a rich life and so many contributions, and he will be really, really missed by everyone. I won't read it all out, but there will be a special item mentioning George and celebrating his life in the Waterfront Toronto newsletter that's going to be released tomorrow. And that'll be available online, which will provide extensive detail about his contribution to Canada, to Toronto, and in particular to Waterfront and to our panel. So remember both of them dearly. I now have some more pleasant news, which is to welcome our newest member of the panel, which is Pina Petroconi. And Pina is a partner at the firm of Petroconi Gianconi, and has a long legacy of contributions for the City of Toronto, in particular the waterfront. The projects that people might be most familiar with from Pina include the Daniels Faculty for the Arts, affordable housing, and Regent Park, and many other projects that firm is currently considering and has on their agenda. And Pina said to me at the beginning, actually, it hasn't slowed down much. She's still inundated with projects, notwithstanding the state of the economy and interest rates and all the rest of it. But we're really thrilled to have you on the panel. So official welcome to you, Pina.
Thank you.
Okay. I guess the next item, just approval of our minutes, and it's a long time, but June 21st, we have the minutes before you. I hope you've had a chance to look at them. Any comments or questions from those minutes from anyone? Other than that, can I have someone to move a motion and a seconder to approve the minutes? Yep. Patty? Okay, thank you. Okay. Review of today's agenda. Are there any declarations of conflict? Eric, I think you had one you want to speak to.
Yes, I will excuse myself from the panel. I'm not involved in the public realm for Queen's Quay, so item number 1, but our firm is involved with the Quayside development just adjacent to it. So just for abundance of caution, I will recuse myself.
Okay, but you'll be here for our second item.
I will be there for the second item.
Thank you very much. Okay, so we have two items to consider on our agenda: Quayside infrastructure and public realm, which is here for detailed design, and then after our break, 153 to 185 Eastern Avenue, which is schematic design, which is also the subject of a minister's zoning order, the famous EDZOs. So just as a reminder. Okay, updates from Chris. I believe you have some slides you want to share.
Right, yeah, next few slides, yeah. So just a quick update on our June review for Villiers Island density and massing study. So the team presented 3 massing options to the public and to the DRP for information back in June. They received a lot of feedback and have incorporated those into the subsequent workshops. They're continuing to exercise due diligence and are getting close to a preferred option. The team's also preparing to commence an Indigenous consultation process, and likely by February next year, the team will share the preferred scenario with the public and with our panel. So they might come back for another information session. And just a few updates on Waterfront Toronto and construction.
Yeah, great.
And we announced this, I think, at our last meeting as well, the request for qualifications and RFP for the Keating Channel pedestrian bridge. So on September 28th, Waterfront Toronto, City of Toronto, and Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation hosted a virtual design competition presentation showing 5 shortlisted designs. Over 200 people virtually attended this session, and the winner will be selected in sometime in the fall of this year. And of course, the winning design, once the work begins, will also come to our panel for review. And some quick construction updates. So Portland's flood protection, the planting continues around various areas of the river valley. Here on the top left photo, you can see areas of the Canoe Cove Islands being planted. The bottom left image shows the Commissioner Street Bridge being paved. Also, sidewalks, curbs on the new alignment of Cherry Street are also in progress. In the top right there, you see the a view of the Armor Stone lining the riverbed south of the Commissioner Street Bridge. And the bottom right, you can see the excavation progress of what we call the West Plug. And it's right adjacent to the Cherry Street South Bridge, the yellow one. And if I kind of zoom into this image, you can actually see the lake water just under the bridge, stopping where the excavation line ends.
Joe, just another thing to note is that we are targeting, hopefully we make this opening, the other Cherry Street North Bridge by the end of November. And we may try and schedule an event to coincide with that. But once that happens, all the traffic will shift over to the new bridge and the old Cherry Street will be decommissioned.
Okay. Yes. The Terry Fox Legacy Art Project officially opened on October 5th. So our panel, we've actually reviewed this project 3 times. The last one, the detailed design, was in September of last year. This is designed by DITA in collaboration with the artist John Sasaki. So at the opening, our mayor, deputy mayor, the design team, Craig Jarvis from the Legacy Art Project team, they were all present, and there was a nice celebration event. The final planting contains 1 medicinal plant, St. John's Wort. DITA worked with Indigenous landscape architect Terrence Redford to work on the planting scheme. It's a low maintenance and has cancer fighting properties. On the western portion of the park, shrubs, black-eyed Susan and St. John's wort plants are installed. In the landscape surrounding the stone, there's seed mix containing several pollinators that are common to the area. A couple more shots of the details. The granite stone was delivered in pieces from Quebec and hoisted in place, aligned together using steel rods. There's a night view of the stones being lit up. So all of the plantings have been installed. I think later this year, the bronze sculpture of Terry, the young Terry Fox, will be installed as well. And finally, looking ahead, so for November, we are tentatively looking at Quayside master plan coming back for the second review. We're also, we may be looking at West Donlands Block 13, schematic design, Keating Channel pedestrian bridge, the first review issues ID, and Waterfront Toronto accessibility frame for information session. And we don't have a meeting in December.
Thanks very much. Anything else we need to, you guys want to report on?
I think
No.
that's
Okay, thanks very much. So we'll move into the first business item, which is Quayside infrastructure and public realm and Queens Quay East from Bonnycastle to Street A. Long description, but very important stuff here. So Adam, I believe, and Marco, are you prepared to make your presentation or introduce it?
Yes.
yes.
You guys should just introduce yourselves
Yeah,
very briefly.
please.
I think everyone
ahead.
probably knows Adam, but Margot is a bit
Yeah.
newer to the Waterfront Toronto team. So
Hi, everybody. I'm Adam Novak, Director for Design here in our Planning and Design Department. And I'm mainly focusing on the Quayside infrastructure and public realm components of this project.
Hi, everyone. I am Margot Chaffrin. I am new to Waterfront Toronto, and I am a design project manager for the Queens Quay portion of the project we're going to talk about. I also wanted to just let you know in advance that we're going to do this slightly unconventionally because we're, fusing a past project with, or a different project with Quayside. And so when it comes to comments and questions, we'll do the questions all together, and we'll do the comments separately to try to provide more thorough feedback to our team, the design team.
Great. So I'll give a little bit of the project overview and background, as well as kind of a current recap of the status of the various two projects that we're introducing, both for their independent kind of review and commenting periods. So first one, the Quayside infrastructure and public realm project. So we previously presented the project in May 2023 for schematic design, and we received a vote of full support. Next, for the Waterfront East LRT Area 2A, which this project is kind of a sub-piece of that project. We previously presented that for schematic design in 2021, and the project also received a vote of full support. Currently, we're advancing both pieces toward the 60% design, which we're here for today. And then a little bit of an overview of the project description. So the Quayside infrastructure and public realm, that's the Waterfront Toronto delivered portions of the Quayside project. And that consists of the infrastructure, the internal streets, Parliament Street, Parliament Plaza, the Water's Edge Promenade, and we'll show a map of all these components. This also includes Queens Quay East from Bonnycastle to Silo, which is previously a part of the LRT project. Also, the piece of Queens Quay that we're bringing today does not consist of any transit, which we'll explain a bit later how that works. Waterfront Toronto is leading both the design and the construction of all these projects as the master developer and delivery agent in collaboration with the City of Toronto, who's joined us today from various divisions are here as well, including the Waterfront Secretariat, Community Planning, and Urban Design. So we are actively coordinating with them, as well as our development partner, QILP, who has also joined us today and is on the call. Waterfront Toronto has also undertaken a public procurement policy, and we've retained WSP with West 8 DTH to lead the portions of the active scope. And we will be undertaking future procurements for the various other adjacent projects, including Silo Park. Lastly, the Quayside Impact Team will deliver the design and construction of the privately owned, publicly accessible space within the interiors of the block. Just a little bit in terms of project background and schedule. So right now we're in October 2023 for the 60% design. After today's review, we're basically looking to wrap up the servicing and infrastructure piece first, which will be complete in April of next year. And then public realm will lag a little bit and be wrapped up in September of next year. After design's complete, we're looking to begin construction in 2024 and beyond. We should also note too, most likely this will be constructed in a phased manner in close coordination with the adjacent projects as our obligations require. Parliament Plaza, which is a piece of our project, we've actually put that scope on hold at the moment because we actually felt it's very important to closely collaborate that with our development partner. And we're going to be looking to advance that work once they get more detailed information about the site plan, really to ensure that we closely collaborate with the building footprint and the ground floor uses. That piece is currently about 20% design at the moment, but before we take it any further, we want to coordinate it with the building. And then lastly, Silo Park will be a future process design competition. As I mentioned, we're closely coordinating with the City of Toronto, and we wanted to just kind of highlight a few areas in particular that we're still in the process of working with the city to find the best solutions on. Those include the street lighting standard for the waterfront, which will apply to this area, coordination with the Inner Harbor West Tunnel and Shaft project, which traverses through our site. We're currently coordinating the ownership of the internal streets and the right-of-way widths, as well as emergency vehicle access requirements. For the more detailed Queens Quay scope, we're coordinating a lot of the transit infrastructure to ensure that there's minimal disruption and throwaway costs in the future when the LRT does move forward, as well as looking into various interim treatments for the LRT corridor to help alleviate traffic congestion in the area. We're also looking at the detailed design elements, including signalization and how those work on an interim basis with transit stop locations. Lastly, we're also heavily coordinating with the city's green infrastructure and maintenance teams to basically ensure that we're delivering design and details that are durable in the long term. And as a result, you'll see in the presentation, we're starting to move away from reliance on Silva cells and moving toward kind of more open-based systems, mainly to help support long-term maintenance requirements. Now we'll just kind of quickly walk you through the various scopes in which we're presenting today. So starting with the number one on the east and west side of Parliament Street, that's the future Parliament Plaza, which we won't be talking about today. Number two is Parliament Street. So that is the realigned and extended Parliament Street from the current configuration, which will intersect the new Queens Quay extension and provide kind of a great gateway and connection to this area, both to the east and west and the north. Next is the number three, the Water's Edge Promenade. So that will kind of continue the language of the Water's Edge in the central waterfront and wrap the future Silo Park and Block 5 developments. Next, we move to the internal streets. So number 4 is Street A, which is in the upper right-hand corner, as well as Street D, which is south of Queens Quay, adjacent to Block 5. Next is Small Street, so another internal street situated in between Block 2 and 3, as well as Bonnycastle is our other internal street, the number 8. Next, we're also kind of designing the lakeshore frontage and public realm, which we'll talk a bit further about in the presentation, as well as the Queens Quay. Just also want to highlight the other Waterfront Toronto projects in this area, but not part of today's review. Also include the future Silo Park, Parliament Slip activation, and the Parliament Slip Lakeville, which is currently under construction.
So as Adam just showed on the previous map, we are designing a portion of Queens Quay East from Bonnycastle Street to Street A as part of the delivery of Quayside infrastructure and public realm. So this first portion, or this first segment of the longer vision for Queens Quay is being designed and coordinated as part of the Waterfront East LRT, the full vision for it. However, that's the image on the left-hand side. However, what we're looking for comments on to date is the right-hand side image, which is the interim vision for Queens Quay East, which includes transit enabling infrastructure, but does not include the LRT line itself. So it will not include LRT tracks or the overhead catenary system, but those will be incorporated into the planning for that future vision. The interim condition includes the full public realm finishes on the north side of Queens Quay East, the full public realm finishes on the south side pedestrian zone, the Martin Goodman Trail, and then a planting buffer between the trail and the pedestrian realm on the south, as well as the new roadway configuration, and then the allocation of space for space and the enabling infrastructure needed for the future LRT. So this includes duct banks, utility chambers, or conduit chambers, and any like stubbing in of some of the electrical and drainage. So please keep in mind as we're reviewing it today, we're looking at this interim condition for Queens Quay East.
Okay, next, just to provide a high-level overview of the status of all the projects. So we're here today with the infrastructure and public realm, as well as Queens Quay for 60% design. The community forest, which is the pop space led by our development partner QILP, will be coming to the panel in 2024 for schematic design. Silo Park is going to be a future competition, timing TBD, and Parliament Slip came to the panel previously for issues ID, and we're currently in the process of working through that feedback and will return at a later time. To recap some of our project objectives and goals for this. So for the general infrastructure and public realm, for the streets and the neighborhood, we're looking to incorporate equity. So really to celebrate the diversity of Toronto and welcome lots of people. Accessibility, ensure that we're inviting and leading the way in barrier-free experiences and design. Sustainability, ensure that we're using kind of the latest in green infrastructure to improve performance and long-term maintenance. Health and well-being, really ensuring that we're providing green spaces that are meaningful and connect people to the spaces, and also ensure that these are integrated with the developments occurring as part of this project. Activation and engagement, so really embracing the seasonality of Toronto and ensuring that the space will be vibrant in all seasons. Continuity, so connecting back to the eastern waterfront and integrating seamlessly with that standpoint. And then lastly, design excellence, to ensure that we're really maintaining the quality of the design and the attention to detail that's been delivered on the existing waterfront.
As part of our aim to reinforce Queens Quay East as a primary lakefront boulevard that connects existing and emerging precincts, parks, and public spaces, and has a strong cohesive character across the waterfront, we're focused on improving the multimodal transportation experience, the integration of urban ecology, and then placemaking. For multimodal transportation experience, we're interested in moving people that's designed for safety, convenience, and flexibility, that improves clarity at intersections, improves pedestrian crossings, creates safe intermodal interactions, and is overall accommodates new micro mobility. For integrating urban ecology, we want to expand the urban tree canopy, integrate green infrastructure, create more of a permeable streetscape, and then building a destination for placemaking, create character and experience that continues the design language of Queens Key West and creates coherence across the waterfront. Throughout the design process, we have been working closely with our design consultants and the city to incorporate research and findings to inform the evolution of the design. And some of these learning explorations include Green Streets infrastructure tour we had with the city in August, where we have incorporated lessons learned from the existing city green infrastructure projects. We've also conducted a planting pilot at Queens Key West, which has gone through its first growing season, and we've incorporated some of the learnings there into our planting plans based on our observations. Similarly, there's been a streetscape pilot and planting pilot at Lakeshore Boulevard. It's gone through 2 growing seasons and 2 rounds of replanting. So we've been adjusting based on observations there. And then there's ongoing research on the tree health of the trees at the existing Water's Edge Promenade. And we've been working on improving the tree planting details, adding a slight raise to Queens Key East to help with the shallow groundwater and lake levels, and looking into other possible techniques for top dressing to help improve growing conditions for our trees.
Okay, and as part of this phase, we've actually put a lot of effort into coordinating with our development partner, QILP, Quayside Impact. So I'll just quickly recap some of their main features that have kind of helped to inform our design. So this round, we've basically focused kind of mostly on a transportation standpoint, really ensuring that we're coordinating the ground floor conditions. So just to quickly walk through some of the main components and changes. So we fully coordinated Bonnycastle, the driveway entrance off of Bonnycastle. Moving to the north for Lakeshore, we've coordinated kind of a new curb location for Lakeshore and the driveway location. That's also integrated with our vision for underneath the Gardner. And then lastly, Small Street. We've coordinated both kind of the mid-block crossing and the driveway entrances for that street as well. And then as we mentioned for the plaza, we'll be undertaking the plaza design and coordination at a later point.
And just to give you a quick reminder on the broader context of the transit project, Queens Key East is part of a larger system of transit projects that expand the LRT system from Union Station east through Quayside. So that's the blue area on this map, south to Villiers Island. Adjacent to Quayside is the Parliament Slip Activation Project, which will help connect nearby communities to the lake, creating a place for residents and visitors to enjoy the waterfront. Program will include open air pools, kayak lunches, floating dock with concessions, and a marine transportation hub. We have your comments from DRP from 2022, and we're currently in the process of addressing your feedback, and we'll come back at a later date. In addition, there's the Keating Channel Pedestrian Bridge, which will connect Quayside Block 5 south to the future Promontory Park as part of Villiers Island. This project, this was launched as a design project, an international design competition between 5 shortlisted teams. Those designs have been submitted, and they're currently under review by the evaluation committee, and we anticipate an announcement on the selected design later this year, and for construction to be complete in 2026. Okay, and just to provide a little bit of context on the western border of Quayside, this is Bonnycastle west side that was delivered as part of the adjacent development.
Okay, and then just to recap the Lakeshore, so Waterfront Toronto, in collaboration with the city, has previously undertaken a visioning exercise for this entire stretch underneath the Lakeshore. And as part of this component, we're looking to deliver what's adjacent to the Quayside project. So just in terms of priorities from the visioning work, it's really about kind of enforcing the sustainable use of planting, really trying to make sure that we're greening underneath Lakeshore, and then also that we're dealing with stormwater in a proper way. We will also note that the cycling facilities are on the north side of Lake Shore in this section for the vision design. Moving into schedule. So we've previously completed 2 DRPs for issues identification and schematic design for both projects. We're here today for detailed design. And then after detailed design, we will be moving into construction documents and wrapping up all approvals sometime next year. To recap some of the feedback that we heard for the infrastructure and public realm for schematic design. So overall, the panel appreciated the work and appreciated the level of schematic design. Some technical issues do need to be resolved in the next stage. The presentation did not include Parliament Plaza, and we will return for that scope as required. The panel appreciated the project is advocating for high levels of standards for street design, and also appreciated the urban forest narrative and encouraged us to coordinate the soil depths and volumes to provide the highest level of plant health. There was strong support for the north-south streets that enhance connections to the waterfront and improve overall circulation. The panel did note the design appears to be missing a layer of programmatic ideas, and we should consider bringing another layer to the design that addresses street life with novel programs. And those programs could be about ecological art, bird boxes, movable furniture, really to kind of help to reinforce the importance of street life on the ground floor level and about the sharing community experience. We were also advised to consider an Indigenous narrative and how Indigenous principles could be layered into the planting approach as we face these problems that many urban challenges have. And lastly, we were advised to work closely with the city and PFNR to develop a very clear maintenance and operations strategy to ensure the long-term durability and care of these landscapes.
And as a reminder, at DRP in March 2021, which focused on Queens Quay East between Bay Street and Cherry Street, we heard that overall there was an appreciation for the design team's deep knowledge of the project and continued relationship after many years after the competition. The panel appreciated the complete big picture presentation of the project, all the way from Bay to Cherry, Gardner to the lake, and the heads of the slips. Further, the panel commended the research on the changing lake level high water table and planning urban ecological resilience for an unprecedented future. We were asked to further consider development on the heads of slip, noting that it's important for the heads of slips to have a common design language as special places related to the cottage country and Georgian Bay concept developed in the competition. The panel asked us to consider the slips as windows to the lake and ensure we provide views down in key locations through the slips. The panel asked that we ensure the mandate of leading with landscape as the forefront of design. And the panel asked us to consider the winter experience of the street, consider heated bike trails, and looking at the cost benefits there. Other comments at that time on Young, Jarvis, and Parliament slips are not shown and will be addressed at future panels.
And in closing, for the infrastructure and public realm, we'd like to leave the panel with the following areas for consideration. Does the panel support the overall design concept and the level of ambition in the public realm principles? Does the panel support the design vision of the streetscape in terms of addressing our objectives? Does the streetscape integrate well with the adjacent projects and the major design of Quayside? Does the intersection of Parliament and Queens Quay create a welcoming arrival sequence to the waterfront? Does the panel support what we're proposing in terms of strategy for the ecological objectives of the design? And do you recommend other opportunities to ensure long-term success? And then lastly, does the introduction of cultural elements such as storytelling stones and various furnishings promote our objective to really activate the space from a street life standpoint?
And from a Queens Quay point of view, we're looking at your comments on the integration between Queens Quay East and the rest of the Quayside project. Also the balance between continuity from Queens Quay West and the appropriate design evolution based on learning from past projects. We're looking for input on this transition from closed soil cell tree planting to open soil areas. We've also introduced a slight raise in grade along the MGT. And if you have any ideas on opportunities to further enhance the use of green infrastructure or improved ecological performance along the streetscape, we'd also like to hear your thoughts on how we can further improve the pre-LRT condition along Queens Quay East with minimal throwaway costs. And safety and delineation between the pedestrian, cyclist, transit, and vehicles. And finally, the arrival experience for pedestrians at intersections and Parliament head of slip. With that, we'll pass it on to our design team.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Shelley will play shares.
Hi, everyone.
Hi, Shelley.
Hi, Shelley.
Let me just give you permission, Shelley. 1 second.
Yes, please.
Ready, Shelley, you ready?
Yeah, ready. So hi, everyone. For those I haven't met, because I see a couple faces I don't recognize on the DRP panel. I'm Shelley Long. I'm the landscape architect at West State, part of the West State DTA joint venture, and design manager as well for that partnership. And my colleague Yvonne Lamb will also be presenting with me today. There she is. Hi, Yvonne. So we'll get started. Thank you, Adam and Margot, for the introduction. I'd like to also just briefly introduce our team. We have quite a few logos on the bottom here. Luckily, and we've ended up with most of the same team for both of these projects, although I just want to call out, where credit is due. Minokamic is our Indigenous design partner and advisor on the Quayside project, and Phyto Studio, our horticultural specialist that we've been working with on Queens Quay. So those are the two kind of exceptions. And Mulvey Banani is also only on the Quayside project. So today I'd like to spend a little bit of time just recapping where we were on the design narrative and context from both projects. And then we're going to jump right into a detailed design approach. So recap of what we're focusing on today at this phase and what we'd like feedback on. Then Yvonne will take you through a walkthrough by project area, going through all the key details of the design, including materials, planting palettes, soil volumes, and dimensions and coordination with adjacent projects. And then we'll close with a high-level overview of a number of strategies that apply to the projects as a whole to tie them together. So when we look at Queens Quay and Quayside together in context, Quayside is kind of this green gateway that ties Parliament Street and Queens Quay into actually the rest of the eastern waterfront and all of the new work that will be happening at Villiers Island in the future. And as that gateway, we think that there's a kind of opportunity here to integrate the two projects and learn from each of the projects, but also we're trying to push forward this narrative of Quayside as a place rooted in place and indigeneity, and this concept of the urban pocket forest, which we introduced at Issues ID and Schematic Design. How does that apply to Queens Quay is a question we asked ourselves. And with the two distinct characters and the two distinct projects, how do we integrate them? And that's something that we've really been working on in the last few months. So as Adam and Margot already explained, we have a full vision scope, and that's outlined in this master plan before you here. However, today, the portion that we're reviewing omits the transit infrastructure and is what we call a quote unquote interim condition. How long interim is, we don't know precisely yet. So we're designing for future proofing along the way. And it also excludes Parliament Plaza as the review process. So as I already mentioned, we're working on integration, but we definitely see Queens Quay Boulevard as, a top priority in the waterfront in terms of the hierarchy of public space. We also have, in addition to Queens Quay, the Water's Edge Promenade that has her own, again, integrated but continuous character. And branching off of these primary and secondary waterfront features are the inner streets in orange, which we would like to propose a very continuous character to tie the Quayside district together. The bordering on that is Lakeshore Boulevard, of course, which has its own urban design plan and public realm plan, and Parliament Street, which its role as a north-south connector and also a bicycle connector, we will see in the design today. So these are kind of the 5 different detailed design approaches that we will be highlighting with these color-coded callouts throughout our presentation today. And hope you all got the presentation in advance, so we won't walk through every single bubble. But essentially, we're looking at integrating research-based design, lessons learned from our living waterfront laboratory and from our colleagues at the city. We really took seriously your question about placemaking integration and would like to present, our planting approaches, our Indigenous design and program elements that will tie the 2 projects together. We've been coordinating with Quayside Impact, and we've also been, number 4, looking for win-win solutions to reduce the cost of the project while maintaining the goals of continuity and a healthy ecology. And lastly, we'd like to touch on future-proofing, how we've been coordinating with adjacent projects and thinking about phasing. In terms of research-based design, Marco already did a bit of introduction here. So there was a Green Streets tour in August with city staff and also a number of online meetings where we learned about how to apply good maintenance techniques and planting techniques into green infrastructure and what's working well. The Queens Quay West Optimizations project opened with a bang this spring with our flowering green pockets, and we've been learning from that as well. Also through the summer holidays, at the last CRP, there was a lot of discussion about our 4-legged friends and how we kind of balance their use of the street and the urban ecology. So we've done a lot of edge detail research through our travels in the summer, and we'd like to present that outcome as well. And lastly, the shallow groundwater monitoring that we undertook a few years ago for Queens Quay has confirmed our hypothesis about the groundwater fluctuation according to the lake level, and we've incorporated this into our design for Queens Quay East, which is the low point on the waterfront. In terms of placemaking integration, we've worked with both of our teams on Quayside and Queens Quay to develop a cohesive narrative about the landscape identity of these projects. And there's actually 3 projects, because first I have to start with Queens Quay West, which is really characterized by this iconic allée, the permeability of the pedestrian ground plane, and the iconic maple leaf pattern in the granite. And that's also reflected actually in the way the Water's Edge Promenade is also designed in those areas. As we move into Queens Quay East, actually I'll start with Quayside. We came with this idea of the urban forest. So forests which are characterized by multiple layers of canopy, mid-canopy, understory, shade, and creating a really unique sense of place for Quayside through this planting concept, but also a sense of health and wellness and well-being in a really big skyscraper environment to increase that contrast. Queens Quay East is going to try and tie these 2 projects together. We came up with this concept of an urban savanna, and a savanna is a landscape type that's really characterized by a balance of legibility through the ground plane and a canopy, but also high level species diversity. And that's a result of long-term stewardship. And so I think there's a number of things in there, both physical and non-physical, that we can take into our design. The lake edges historically were more likely to be in a savanna state, so in a managed landscape state, because Indigenous populations used to use fire to make these areas easier to navigate, hunt, and cultivate. So to tie together that iconic allée and the urban forest, we thought this was a really useful analogy for the character of the updated Queens Quay East design that we're presenting today. We also took your suggestions about integrating program into the streets and to the Water's Edge Promenade, and thought about how could we translate these into our narrative, which was also worked on with our Indigenous design partners, about making a geologic and forest narrative so it's not overly designed. with fancy furniture or with birdhouses that we think we designed that could do better than Mother Nature herself. But we thought, there could be a really interesting, again, contrast between these glass skyscrapers and these really elements that you normally only see if you were to actually leave the urban downtown. So like dead wood as a insect or bird habitat, woody shrubs and hedges, which are really taking care of our feathered friends and giving them things to eat and places to stay in winter. And this last idea of rehomed orphan erratics. We had really good discussions about, stones that are found throughout the city in construction sites, which really goes along with the history of the waterfront being a built geology. So these, and could we give them a new home and have them tell their story here on the waterfront? So these storytelling stones was really the basis of these local elements we thought that could tie together the two projects and help tell the story of Quayside. And in the last DRP presentation, I presented our cast of characters, which was really about different types of urban regenerative pocket forests, and they all had really compelling names. Today, we'd like to introduce 3 new understudies into the play, and those are the socialites, the teachers, and the markers. And these are our kind of natural programmatic elements, again, that you will see in the design popping up once Yvonne gets to her part of the presentation. With respect to coordination with the Quayside Impact Project, we took a really close look at all of the indoor and outdoor ground floor uses proposed by the development team. And of course, we're flexible and we think these things might change a little bit. But generally, what we'd like to do is come up with a strategy where we can deploy these programmatic elements in relation to the important ground floor uses of each of these buildings. For example, where you have a residential entry, that you have a marker stone, and that tells you kind of where you need to go. And we have more details on that later. Win-win solutions. There's been, for those of you who are practitioners, you will be very familiar with this phenomenon. There's been a massive increase in inflation and market pricing for all construction materials since the pandemic years. And one thing that affects our project significantly was an extremely high increase in the costs of Canadian granite. As a result, what you will see are kind of small optimizations on the right-hand side. For example, can we really maintain the character of our maple leaf pattern while reducing the amount of custom labor required for it? And on the left-hand side, something that we've really deployed throughout the entire Quayside district and also on Queens Quay, which is a massive reduction in the amount of hardscape and the opening up of planters to also help us meet urban forestry's stringent 30 cubic meters of soil per tree to create a new healthy character in the street while still, again, maintaining functionality, flexibility that the waterfront is so known for. Margot and Adam talked a little bit about the adjacent projects. Throughout our design presentation, there are a few areas that we've provided a bit more information on, for example, Lakeshore Boulevard intersection, Parliament Street bike lanes, the future transit guideway, access to the floating pier, Parliament slip, and the bridge landing zone that we just want to flag, as these are things that we know we've thought kind of 3 steps ahead to future-proof the design for potential changes that we know or the city has let us know might happen in these areas. So at this point, I'd like to hand it off to my colleague Yvonne. She's going to walk through each of the detailed design presentations, starting with where we left off in the schematic phase. And each of the project areas is numbered for easy reference, so you can go back. So again, we're going to start with the inner streets. So it's Bonnycastle, Small, Street A, Street D. Then we're going to talk about the connecting streets, so Parliament Street, Lakeshore Boulevard, and then the primary waterfront, Water's Edge Promenade, and we'll finish with a more detailed in-depth dive into Queens Quay Boulevard. So please, Yvonne.
Great. Thanks, Shelley. Hi, everybody. I believe this is my first time presenting to this panel. So hi, everybody. Yvonne Lam from DTH. So we are the local partners of the JV, working with Shelley and her team, for many, many years. So happy to represent today. So as Shelley mentioned, we'll do a detailed walkthrough. Generally, we're going to flip through what was shown on the schematic design phase at the 30% stage, what you've seen before, and go to what the project looks like now, project area by project area. So on Bonnycastle, on the previous slide, you will have noticed the previous approach was to replicate or kind of complete the east side of the street like the west side, which is already existing. So trees and tree pit and soil cells, keeping this similar kind of public street topology that's been implemented throughout the East Bay front. With the updates that we've done for the 60%, we're moving towards incorporating the open center. We do have a setback on block 1 on this frontage, so we are able to kind of borrow some of the space adjacent to the building to really maximize the open planting zone. So this allows us to achieve the soil volume that we required to support the 30 cubic meter per tree, which was a bit of a challenge previously, just relying on the soil cells because we do have some property limits constraints. The other thing that's been discussed already is the coordination with QIPR with their proposed entries and driveways. So there is a proposed driveway at the north end of the street that is shown on the plan there. So we will continue to work with the QIPR team on the detailing and the public realm experience around that. Also, in the mid block and where the yellow circle is, we've also introduced a break in the planter to allow for an informal mid block crossing that would connect to the existing breezeway through the Bond building to the west. Moving on to Small Street, this is what we had shown on the schematic design phase, and we really, again, similar approach on relying on the setback and trying to achieve as much open center space as possible to encourage as much planting as possible. Since then, we now have an updated site plan or general floor plans and site plans from the QIPR team. We understand there is a zero setback on the west side, so we've adjusted the dimensional arrangement between the clearway, sidewalk clearway, and the open planters accordingly, so that we still have a generous sidewalk of 3 meter through pedestrian clearway and still a fairly sizable open planter. We are also coordinating on the driveway locations again, as you see on the plan. One thing that we are working very closely with QIPR's team is the driveway entrances on the east side of the street. There are 2 properties there. There's 307 Lakeshore, which is the property to the north, which is not part of the QIPR project. So there are 2 driveways that are side by side. What we are seeking to do is to combine them so that we have a single driveway interruption instead of something that would be wider and more disruptive to the public realm along this frontage. And also just quickly at the corner there, we do also have introduced a truck apron. And as per city standard, this is additional kind of traffic calming measure that would support the vehicle access onto the main vehicle access points on Small Street, but trying to provide as much of a public realm improvement as possible. Okay. On Street A, we are allowing for, this is the previous schematic design. Design is fairly much in keeping with what we had with the 60%. We've since, we are accommodating lay-by spaces, but we are still awaiting, further coordination with the QIPR team again, just to understand where entrances and frontages are. There will be some retail frontages, we understand, around the base of Block 4 building. So we're looking forward to ensuring that we place the streetscape elements in accordance to those elements. But this would be an example here where a potential marker stone could be placed in an entrance, a significant entranceway, for example. Similarly on Street D, the design also similarly in keeping with this schematic design. So currently we are allowing for a lay-by space with the Block 5 building to the west. It is a cultural use being planned, so there is a lay-by to facilitate pickup and drop-off, as well as servicing that we have considered for the Parliament's food activation programming as well, and the necessary vehicle entrance way into the servicing zone of the building. We've adjusted the planting throughout, again, with part of the green infrastructure strategy of reducing soil cells, which you will see some of those detail plans later on. Adjusting and allowing for the throughout this, allowing for these informal mid-block crossings at many of these streets. And as we're excited to see which of the bridge competition entries will be the winner. So upon understanding what the winning scheme will look like, we will look forward to further coordination with the landing at the foot of Street D and really understanding how that connection will work. As Shelley mentioned, some of these details and kind of lessons learned and takeaways with the consultation with the city, as well as our summer travels. This is sort of a quick summary, slide summary of the various ways that edge restraint's been implemented throughout not just the city of Toronto, but other municipalities, as well as different kind of settings. So we can see there's quite a wide range, different approaches. Typically, some are much more robust and much more physical, very much like front center. The other are more kind of natural approaches, like the boulders and erratics, informal kind of edges treatments to the right of the slide, and also kind of more natural material. So there's a big range. But in between all of these, we also look to some of the existing palette that we've developed for all the waterfront work, including the tow rail details, the granite curbs. These are existing palettes that we like to, in general. So the main takeaway is that we like to keep with the established palette to maintain that consistency throughout the waterfront. So if we go to the next slide, we can have a look at what that detail currently looks like. So with our four-legged friends, we think the introduction of the outcrop almost can serve as a test case. So whether that works as a sacrificial kind of edge restraint, where you could, as a way of attracting our friends, to use that instead of as a designated location. I mean, obviously we can't think like a dog, but we'll have to see whether that works. But this is one element that we'd like to see if that functions as an element that also provides as a program element, as well as an edge protection element. And then throughout the planting beds on the pedestrian side, we would have a tow rail that's integrated with the planter edge. Again, keeping with the same consistent language with the tow rail language throughout the waterfront, very kind of transparent, allow for infiltration, surface infiltration into the planting bed, surface runoff into the planting bed, and provide a level of protection from pedestrians. So on Parliament Street, a little bit of context. There's a bit of a change on the geometry of Parliament Street since the 30% design. When we presented it at the 30% stage, we had a bidirectional infrastructure on the west side. We've since had a few rounds of coordination with the city, and the understanding is that currently, as you may know, Parliament Street does not have bike infrastructure on it today. And it is not in the short-term plan to have that infrastructure, but the intent is that in the future, when it does come on board, it will be a bidirectional infrastructure. But until then, it does. For day one, we will be implementing a unidirectional facility on either side of the street, and that's to facilitate for easy conversion onto like on-street shared bike and vehicular traffic as you go past Lakeshore and north of the rail deck. So that would connect to existing infrastructure on Lakeshore, both on the north and south side. There are existing trails today, that's shown in green in the diagram on the left. And as Queens Quay East gets extended to Cherry Street, then the Martin Goodman Trail itself will get extended and continue on to Cherry Street. So that can kind of completes that formal connection from a bike infrastructure standpoint into Villiers Island. And also maintaining, again, the existing infrastructure on Lakeshore. And in the future phase, when the Lakeshore Public Realm project is completed with the bidirectional bike infrastructure on the north side and the future infrastructure on Parliament, then we have a completed network of bidirectional trails in this quadrant. So what that looks like on opening day is our cross section on the top. So the bikeway on the west side is slightly wider because in the future that will be converted into a bidirectional facility. And on the east side, in the future phase, we are designing this to protect for future conversion, trying to minimize as much thoroughway cost as possible. So the bikeway will be installed at the same grade flush with the pedestrian sidewalk with a textured buffer. In the future, that bikeway will be transformed into part of the public realm. We're still talking through various options and based on budget constraints and also horizon years and what that may look like. But that's under development in consultation with the city and our client team. And between the bikeway and the road, there's also green gutter detail that is also kind of taking into account the green infrastructure details that the city has since developed, incorporating that as part of our green infrastructure strategy. So an overall palette overview. So again, carrying on with the palettes that you're all familiar with the inner streets throughout the waterfront district. Concrete unit pavers for the sidewalk with granite curbs. We are introducing, as part of this programming element, is also as the lessons learned from the green infrastructure research elements, detailing around what these sediment pads, where these drain inlets at the planters would look like. This idea of integrating some of these geological stones into a functional element of the project as an additional layer of the narrative. With furnishings, again, introducing the erratics and boulders as informal seating, and also, again, this programmatic elements that can tell a different layer of story, and city standard bike racks. We are also advancing and updating the design of the signature lighting to increase the performance of the roadway lighting, as well as ease of approvals and implementation. So there will be more detail about the lighting further on. So in planting strategy, really looking at tying in some of the previous tree species, like, for example, the honey locust, the dithias that are on Bonnycastle, incorporating that on the east side, and then moving on to a new additional palettes of a mix of trees as well as large shrubs that would also provide this layer of the urban pocket forest that we've been talking about, and also provides that winter interest as well as fall colors and throughout all seasons. Integrated with that would be the shrubs and understory with a mix of grasses and native planting and herbaceous planting throughout. And we are going to be consulting with the indigenous communities about species selection as well. So these are at the moment, current kind of early stages. So we will be refining the palettes of all of our planting, as well as some of the program elements as well with the upcoming engagement activities. Lakeshore Boulevard. So the plan at Lakeshore is to essentially implement what's been developed under the Lakeshore Public Realm project. This is an image of the pilot project that's been undertaken. So we are expecting to understand some and receive some findings from the ongoing monitoring that TRCA is doing at this pilot to see what can be learned from planting success, water level monitoring, water quality monitoring. And we also did get some early feedback from the city staff about maintenance and upkeep of the permeable pavers that was introduced here, and whether or not they, from a maintenance and functionality and feasibility perspective, that's something that they would like to continue on or they see as beneficial. So we'll be assessing the surfacing treatment based on the findings there. And further coordination and updates on Lakeshore since the last submission includes adjustments and integration of the driveway that's being proposed by QIPR between blocks 1 and 2 on the upper left quadrant of the site. So we are showing the location of the driveway that's being proposed, and there's some curb adjustments in order to clear sight lines along Lakeshore and the Garden Bends. They're proposing some adjustments to the curb, so those are all being coordinated closely to ensure that access can be provided safely for an integrated well with the public realm. And we're also advancing the detail around the TTC substation lay-by space that's shown in red there. There will be an emergency access that's required for TTC. So detailing around how to protect that space for TTC use, but also, again, ensuring that the public realm is continuous and in keeping with the rest of the streetscape. And at the intersection, I think we did look at that at the Parliament Street layout. So the other thing we are doing is with the conversion and introduction of the bike infrastructure on Parliament Street, we are also making the intersection safe and also connecting it to the various, it will be completed in a phased manner because of the various stages of the adjacent projects. So we're working through the kind of phasing strategies around this with the city and the client team, but essentially making the intersection safe for cyclists and pedestrians with this new geometry of Parliament Street to the south. Materiality perspective wise, we, as I mentioned, there's the permeable pavers that we'll be assessing the feasibility on, the exposed aggregate concrete that's the signature design of the Lakeshore public realm. That's at the kind of corners of where with the intersecting streets. And there is also the pedestrian lighting layer that we're incorporating as we implement this phase of the public realm on Lakeshore. Planting strategy-wise, these would be our warriors plantings with very, very hardy trees and planting that can withstand the harsh environment along this frontage. And we will be, again, learning from the pilot to select the final species for the understory layer of the planting there. And a quick overview of the soil volume plan. So you can see with the on the legend there, the lighter green indicates the shared soil cells and the open planters in the dark green. So for most of the streets, we are able to rely for the most part on the open planting soil for the soil volume. Some areas like Bonnycastle where it is a bit tight, we still need to include the soil cells to achieve the 30 cubic meter, but in most places we strove to strike a balance between minimizing the soil cells and really providing the best planting condition with the open planter as much as possible. Similarly on Lakeshore, we have lots of wide open space that we could rely on for the soil volume. And Water's Edge Promenade, that's the last piece before we get into Queens Quay. We've also taken another closer look at quite a switch to a different typology for the Water's Edge, introduction of the open planter. We've now also varied the width so that we, tying it back to the planting typologies that Shelley talked about earlier in the presentation, this idea of the savanna typology would be something we would look at for the outer narrower row of planters, keeping kind of open vistas towards the water, and the inner row with this wider and more immersive experience that would be more representative of the kind of palette and detailing that we're thinking of for the Quayside Impact project. And that's the view of what that looks like. And close up, and the seating are integrated into the planting as a part of an immersive experience. And a very similar palette of materiality throughout. I know we're running short on time, so I think we'll just go to the next. Again, this approach with relying on the open planter, we are able to reduce on a lot of the shared soil cells. Another kind of exciting element that we're looking into, and that some of our team is working on research for soil amendments that would be lessons learned and could inform the soil specs and the maintenance plan that we'll be developing for both of these projects. All right, this is the 30% design of the Queen's Quay. The main changes that you will see, this is the full vision design, of course. The main things that you'll see would be the planting on the south side of the Monument Trail. We've introduced a slight raise to the Monument Trail to allow for, again, just lifting it off from the potential high water events, as well as introducing open planters south of the Monument Trail. So taking that same kind of urban forest approach to this row planting here. And we've also minimized the soil cells from a more cost-effective way. With the open planter approach, we are able to also eliminate quite a lot of the soil cells from the previous design. Right, and again, you just saw that view. This is the interim guideway, the phase, as a Quayside phase of the work. We will be implementing some of an interim metal seeded mix within the guideway, but all the other elements will be constructed to full finishes. I think Margot gave a fairly detailed walkthrough of this, so we could jump to the next slide. Right, so in plan, this is how it compares in terms of geometry. We do have a transition stone for the plan on the bottom will be what will be implemented in this first phase. The bubbles on the pink just talks about the elements that we are incorporating to future-proof for the future guideway. So some of these tracks drainage connections, for example. We also don't want to incur flowaway costs and also damage planting that will be disturbed in the future phase. So we are only implementing an interim planting strategy north of the Monument Trail and the road between the road and the Monument Trail. You can look a little bit about that later. All right. And then more technical drawing of what that looks like. You can see the grade raise on the right side of the page, where it's a slight introduction of the grade change there, and the transit enabling infrastructure elements are shown kind of in dashed purple there. So really trying to minimize the extent of the disturbance to the guideway and to the Monument Trail in the future phase. Right, a more detailed look at what does these spaces feel like from an experiential standpoint. So throughout, we about approximately every 30 meter to provide for accessible seating, we are integrating benches and these seating pockets spread throughout the street. This would include accessible bench with armrests, as well as space for companion seating, as well as more informal seating, so clusters of the boulders, so that you can sit together as a group of friends and family and sit and talk. And how that looks like from a green infrastructure standpoint, we've taken a hard approach to trying to reduce as much of the infrastructure below grade as possible, and really introducing the surface infiltration through these inlets. Learning on the detailing from the city again on how to detail these sediment paths to ease maintenance as much as possible. Right, and at the intersection, with this gentle grade change, as we approach the intersection, the Monument Trail, we slope down at a very gentle 2% slope. So it won't really feel like a ramp, but it's a very gentle approach onto the intersection. And the pedestrian crossing will be flush with the sidewalk, so that you have a kind of fully accessible way to get through to the north side of the street. At each of the intersection, we have a kind of more open zone, so that we start with a kind of furnishing zone with bike rings, seating, and then before the open planters start. So we anticipate lots of traffic around the intersection. So that's the general approach in terms of the general arrangement on Queen's Quay with this introduction of the open planters.
Yvonne, I just wanted to let you know, I think you've only got a minute or two left. I know you still have several slides, so I think we need to try to wrap quickly.
Sure. Yeah, maybe with that, I could just quickly summarize. This is also incorporating the Queen's Quay pilot findings, which essentially extends the crossing to the south side. So that will be incorporated as well into the project. And I'll let Shelley wrap it up. Thanks, Shelley.
Sure. Thanks, Yvonne. We are also adjusting our species palettes with the help of Phyto Studio and their innovative expertise based on what lessons learned from Queens Quay West. So increasing the amount of species that are doing really well there in terms of trees, and introducing a new approach for the understory that really relies on this idea of competitive exclusion. So we have two design layers, functional ground cover layer and a design upper layer. So these show what the final condition would be, but it's really about putting a layered approach with a matrix of ground covers that will help keep weeds away and reduce maintenance while having a showy design layer that changes throughout the seasons. That's heavily based on grasses with accents throughout. Of course, that's for the areas next to the sidewalks where people are going to be walking. And in the interim condition for the guideway, that there will be a wildflower meadow that's seeded into the future TTC guideway. Get through this. I wanted to end actually maybe just on these programmatic elements that you've heard us talk about through the entire presentation. It's a strategy, as I said, of course, so that's flexible as the development changes, but I want to touch on the socialites being our social arrangements that encourage interaction and provide informal seating. Markers, these are bigger stones that have character striations that we have set near residential entries or as wayfinding elements, for example, where the bridges meet on the water's edge promenade. And these teacher stones, which we will embed kind of waste materials to reflect the identity of the waterfront that's built on fill. And as one walks through the Quayside and Queens Quay district, that they can have moments of social interaction and also connection with nature and natural elements. So learning from the earth and learning the stories of the geology, how the waterfront's been built over time, and how these materials have ended up here, much like many of the immigrants of Canada will be arriving here and building a new community on the waterfront. And this also helps us come up with unique solutions to green infrastructure details, which we learned from the city. I'm going to flash a few things on the screen here really quickly. The grading strategy is very similar to what we've proposed in the past, in that we're strategically raising where we can. And the family of lighting, Yvonne has touched on a little bit, but we are looking to develop a new waterfront standard that's approved by Toronto Hydro for the streets, and also looking at kind of faster off-the-shelf options to create our water's edge. And I would like to spend, Chris, if I could, 30 seconds on this side to go over the different Indigenous approaches to design that we've been working on with our Indigenous design partner in Quayside, and that includes all these storytelling stones, the inclusion of other species in our design, intergenerational places, this whole idea actually of connecting with the urban forest and restoration and healing as priorities over, you know, making a place that's just bumping 24/7, but more about taking it slow. Integration of certain species and our savanna narrative. These are all things that we're also, of course, going to take into our forthcoming Indigenous consultation, which, similar to our design approach, being intergenerational, will have a focus on youth and connecting youth with elders and so forth. So in conclusion, we hope today that we've presented you with a really compelling vision for this green gateway at the F foot of Parliament Street leading into the eastern waterfront and Villiers Island that we are going to call Quayside. That's tied together by Queens Quay East and her Savannah planning, and the inner streets and the Water's Edge Promenade, which have new but continuous typologies for the urban forest. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for a comprehensive presentation. So we'll go to questions from the panel. I guess it would help if sort of direct them towards Queens Quay East or Quayside infrastructure and public realm. So, and then we'll do our comments after. So anyone have questions? Yeah, Pat, start off.
The lighting strategy, does that mean the new light, does that mean there's no wooden poles? So not a continuation of the wooden poles. Okay.
Correct.
And granite curbs everywhere except for Lakeshore Boulevard?
Granite curbs is only on Queens Quay, actually.
It looked like you had granite curbs on the short streets, like small street.
Those will be tow rail, like here.
Oh,
Okay,
but on the roadway
yeah, they'll
curb
be
will be granite.
Yeah,
curb.
all of the roadway curbs are granite, but for the planters, I guess I was referring
roadway
to.
curbs are all granite except for Lakeshore Boulevard.
Correct, yeah.
And the tree spacing when you've got open planter, well, two questions about that. So I've been told that soil cells are really amazing for water storage,
Mhm.
stormwater storage. When you don't have them, what's the science? Is it the open bed stores as much water or more than the soil cells?
Yeah, actually, it's the soil itself and the root system that's the best for water retention. So even an open planter without a soil cell, we're still achieving the volumes in most places that we could. For example, in Queens Quay is maybe where it's the most different. On the inner streets, yeah, as well. We can meet, if we meet the volumes, then we can have the water retention capabilities as well.
And did you say somewhere in your presentation that your tree spacing was closer than City of Toronto requirements? Partly because of the open, it looked to me like in some places you did have closer tree spacing.
In some places on the inner streets, we're using actually kind of strategy of non-tree trees. We'll call them big
Like
shrubs.
trees growing in a grove kind of strategy, is that what you mean?
No, I mean, for example, sorry, trying to find the right slide here. Okay. So using large shrubs like this eastern redwood or flowering dogwood that aren't actually considered trees by the City of Toronto, so they don't need the 30 cubic meters, but they contribute to a forest aesthetic. That's probably what you saw drawn
Yeah,
in
thank
some
you.
of this spacing.
Thanks, Pat. Fatty?
Just to go back to the lighting question, do you know what kind of hue that light will be? Is it a warmer or a cooler light, or is that just a standard that you can control or not?
So the fixture that we are under review by Toronto Hydro is the Capella LED. So it is an LED fixture. I think the temperature is 3000 Kelvin is the temperature color that the Toronto Hydro requires.
And then another question, is there a strategy for the crossing over of the wildflower meadow? Where people can jaywalk across it? Are there going to be temporary, do people have to basically walk to the intersection to cross properly? Or is there some kind of strategy for preventing jaywalking or encouraging jaywalking in some spots?
Yeah, for the establishment years, we will have something like a snow fence, similar to what we had on Queens Quay West for the pilot, to encourage the behavior of respecting the planting and leaving, and so people don't jaywalk across it. I think the goal here is to maximize the biodiversity of this temporary landscape. And so ideally we don't have people walking through it and compacting the soil and so forth.
And just one very last question. You have a slide that has edge constraint strategies,
Yep.
which I think are very helpful. Do we know if there's any maintenance, city maintenance, salt, winter issues with these, or is this going to be some kind of unique management that's happening here, or is this just a standard? Especially, I'm just thinking about plows and snowbanks and other things that might compromise edge constraint strategies.
Sure. Let me go to that detail. For the inner streets, there's not going to be an edge detail on the roadside, which will allow the planters to double here as a snow storage area in the winter and not get run over. That sort of answer your question.
Just thought about it. Okay, thanks.
Fatty, while we're on you, I'm told you have some notes that Nina Marie gave you to ask questions?
In comments.
Oh, only in comments. Okay, thanks. Okay. Let's go down the, David?
Hey, Emily,
Emily, do you have?
Yeah, I've got
Okay.
a question. I don't know if it's to the design team or to Waterfront Toronto, but in terms of the maintenance, like who is going to be taking care of all the different public realms? Is it Parks and Rec, or is it PFNR or transportation or the
Peanut, probably.
TTC?
That Peanut can answer this.
Yeah, so we're working together with the city. There is a team at the city, the Green Streets team, that has been taking care of the maybe couple large green infrastructure projects that already exist in the city. So we're working with them to establish, first of all, how to design something that is maintainable. And secondly, what that maintenance strategy will look like. We also have an adjacent private developer here that, you know, we will start conversations with regarding how they're taking care of some of the POPs components of the projects, but the streets themselves are not necessarily POPs. So, you know, I think it's a little bit of both, a little bit of developer, a little bit of green infrastructure team, but it's conversations that are ongoing. We haven't landed on a conclusion yet.
Thanks.
But it's not PV.
Okay, David?
Yeah, just a, I guess maybe for Shelley, the, I'm just noticing if I look, for example, at slide number 7, there's a kind of beautiful reference to the natural heritage. You talk about the savanna and the deployment of trees in this slide, I think is a different kind of pattern than what you're proposing at the detailed design stage. At the detailed design stage, they seem to just kind of march down the, for example, down the edge of the waterfront in a kind of very regular pattern with the, as you say, the understory larger shrubs beneath them, maybe a little bit more of a natural heritage reference there, but there seems to be a departure from what I'm seeing from that original vision from that perspective. Can you comment on why that's the case, or what's your strategy there? And do you know what I'm talking about? Yes, is the other
Sorry,
question.
Are you referring to this slide, David?
No, I'm in my deck. It's 7, so it's the master
7.
plan slide, and it has got
Sorry.
number 7 just beside the edge there. And there's the pattern of trees is it seems very kind of, well, it seems more natural, for example, as or more organic in terms of the layout.
Right.
And then
Yeah.
as we see it in the more detailed design, the trees are marching down at regular intervals, spaced out like they are in other parts of the waterfront.
Yeah, I think that this might be a really small nuance that I'd like to explain. I think the master plan is really accurate, and if we go to some of the detailed plans, I'll flash them on the screen in a moment. What we're doing is we call these dancing trees, and we've deliberately tried to create a more informal character while still kind of being able to create a legible, not alley, but a row of trees. And this helps us in 2 ways. One, that it feels more organic, so it automatically feels like a different type of district. And the second is for maintenance. So if we have to replace a tree here or there, that it doesn't look like, you know, a thumb sticking out because it doesn't match what its brothers and sisters are doing. And I think I might just put one of our plans on the screen, for example, to show you what that looks like. For example, here on the left, you can see for Street D how that plays out, and also on Queen's Quay. And keep in mind, we have pretty limited planting areas,
But I
so
don't
there's
think
small
we can see-
movement.
I don't think we can see what you're pointing to.
I don't think your
Oh.
slides are moving, Shelley.
Yeah. Can you?
Are you
move your
stuck on the
slide?
plan?
Green
That's on
Street.
Green Street.
We're on Green Street's tour right now.
This is weird. Okay.
Stop presenting and then start again.
Yeah. Okay, can you see it now? Can you see the screen now?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, yeah, so this was Street D, what I was pointing out, for example, the layout in the plan. Does that sort of answer your question?
I think so. So there is I mean, it is a kind of departure in my mind, but I understand your logic. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, just before we go to the other side, let's go online. Matthew, I see your handsome face there. Or do you have any questions?
I do. Thank you, the design team. I don't think I have a question for the design team per se, but I'm maybe for Waterfront Toronto. Just wondering, about the streets that have no names right now that are named after letters. Is there a process that started to start thinking about renaming those streets?
I don't think the process has started yet. However, we would follow the City of Toronto council approved process for street naming. Much like we're doing, for example, with the new streets we're working on in other places on the waterfront.
Is there a timeline for that? I'm just wondering if there's any benefit for those. I'm assuming that there's going to be a push to have Indigenous names on those streets, and if there's any benefit to having those work done sooner than later to help guide further designs as well.
They get built a little later in the project, so
Okay.
I don't know the timeline yet, but I think it's a great question we can take away and think through whether there's some benefit to advancing that to support the design process.
Good. Thank you.
I think it's a great suggestion. Maybe you can follow it up in comments as well. Okay, let's go back to the panel. Gina, any questions?
Yeah, you might have said this, Shelley, but in your interim landscape, is there a reason the topography is flat? Is that like a design intention or a requirement?
It's not a requirement, but you could say it's cost efficiency.
Yeah,
is one of the reasons.
Okay, Kevin?
No questions, thanks.
Oh, okay. Janet?
Yeah, it's a question for Yvonne. I just want to make sure I understood this properly. When you were talking about the design of the small streets, I think you talked about in the design development phase, you were trying to consolidate the entries from the street to the interior developments to augment the safety for pedestrians. If that, can you show us that and what the design of that is specifically?
Or yeah, I think Shelley, your screen stopped. It's the black screen at the moment.
Yeah.
And
I'm sorry.
By 20.
Yvonne, you can share your screen. Do you have sharing capabilities?
I do not, fortunately.
I'll give it to you.
Yeah.
Okay.
My computer's frozen.
But yeah, I think I was referring to the driveway entrance to the east side of the development. There's two, I'll just put it on the screen shortly to clarify. So this is what I was referring to, this double driveway. So these are two separate distinct properties. So we're trying to avoid having a double wide or double driveway in the worst case scenario, side by side, so that we have a large interruption. So we're sort of space proofing for now, but ideally if we could consolidate into a single driveway that serves both development sites, that's the goal. And that's under coordination with QIPR and also with the adjacent landowner as well.
So would it be fair to say that that's something you're trying to bake in as a design guideline, that there are no, interruptions of these smaller streets with double wide drives? The goal is to make a more reasonable interruption in the pedestrian right of way.
Yeah, I think this is sort of a unique condition, I think, just because of the separate ownership. Because other than that, all the driveways are quite consolidated as it is. There are kind of three main driveway locations in the QIPR's current plan. So this one, just because of the separate landowner, so this is a bit of a coordination aspect that we're trying to pursue to ensure that we limit the interruption as much as possible.
Thanks.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, thank you so much. I'm arriving late at this, I think this third presentation. But in reviewing some of the past material, there was actually a plan with a grade related plan of the adjacent immediate context along Queens Quay. And specifically the long building with certain interruptions that are labeled event. And I just wondered, I know there wasn't a similar plan presented today, but there was a street section that I think in one of the later sections, typical street section shows the elevation of the adjacent building, which is rather consistent, but with these pretty amazing breaks in the building form. I don't know if it's clear what I'm referring to. the plan on the north side.
Are you referring to the Quayside impact?
Yes,
Proposal?
and there's actually a floor plan at grade. In any
Yep.
case, there isn't a similar plan in the developed Queens Quay edge design.
Right. Yeah, I think with our upcoming submission, we do have the ground floor plates incorporated into the context plan. So we are certainly looking at where the entryways and the breaks. And I think specifically this big bar building along Queens Quay is probably what you're referring to.
Section of that typical, I guess what I'm getting at is, would there be a section at Queens Quay Boulevard that actually catches one of the event breaks in the built form as opposed to the typical facade?
Right. Right. I
Yeah,
see.
maybe
Yeah.
I can answer that, Yvonne, because in the kind of storytelling stone strategy and the furnishing strategy for the street, we didn't go into detail about where every single rock might be placed, but we think that where it says QQ Portal 1, QQ Portal 2, I think those are the event space and event space at the edge with at the intersection with the plaza. Those are what we see as maybe arrival moments in the waterfront, and that's an area where you might have a little bit less planting, or you have a bench positioned, or some of these storytelling stones, so that people can interact with each other where these public spaces meet.
Okay.
Yeah. I just have one question, which goes back to the, I guess they'll call it the LRT right away, the planted meadow. I think I saw somewhere in your presentation that may revert to an alternative not driveway, but vehicular access or backup road access, something to that effect. Can you clarify that?
I think that might have been in the intro slide.
Maybe it was in the intro slide. Yeah, basically where I'm going is this meadow. I know we talked about a green corridor for the LRT previously, and we all love that idea. So is this for real? Is this something that has been blessed? Is this something is just a nice idea, or just clarify? And how long would that exist? Who knows when the LRT will come, but will it be there until we get funding for the trend? And will the green corridor element remain as part of the LRT corridor?
Yes, maybe I can answer on terms of the meadow is the proposed interim solution for
Right.
Queen Quay. We do have a lot of different construction projects happening in the eastern waterfront at the same time, and a more detailed transportation study of how we're going to implement construction while, the city moving is going to be undertaken. And so I think you may have seen a comment about, or a sentence in the intro slides about the possibility of how traffic, having additional capacity to up to the Parliament point. And, we don't have the results of that study. We're hopeful that 2 lanes on Queens Quay will be sufficient, but we're not 100% sure that that's going to work in the interim. Quayside's being built ahead of the rest of the Queens Quay project and the rest of the Waterfront East LRT project in order to create the parcel 3, parcel 4, parcel 5 development blocks. So it would be a short segment for this particular piece of project, but it is the current proposal.
Okay.
So.
All right, no more questions from the panel. Let's move to comments. Who wants to start? Go around again, Pat?
Sure. Yeah, I'm just thinking back, and I think I'm sort of doubling up on David's comment, is slide 4 and 5, I think, where you start with a really sinuously uber greened precinct. And then the forest cut out, or the blocks cut out of it kind of has this ambition of being super green. So then that's why I asked the question about, do you have trees going as growth? So to accomplish that, I wonder, is there a way to push back at the city and say, this is not a street of specimen trees, but it's a, streetscape of groves, because I'm not sure that the occasional smaller tree really will result in the kind of impact that these two slides promise. And then after I'd seen those first two slides, I was thinking about the SLA presentation on Quayside, which is also super verdant, right? Like really kind of, you know, green on steroids, right? How your palette would actually inform their palette. So you're coming first, but I think at some point, some coordination between those two landscapes would be good. And then just lastly, I really think, notwithstanding there's sort of a difference in tree planting strategy that sort of morphs from the central waterfront going east, which is fine, but holding on to as much of the kind of main furniture pieces as possible, like the streetlights, those wooden poles are so huge. As much granite curbs as possible. I don't know what else, but really the kind of continuity of those higher quality pieces, I just think are so important. Anyway, great presentation. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Right.
Yeah, just to pick up on what Pat was saying, I wrote here that the measure of success at the end will be if all the public realm and green space corridors that are being proposed and the right of ways all kind of start truly blending in with each other in a very unique precinct where the vegetation is actually the thing that is generating both the circulation and public space. So I think you're starting to get there. And I would say in some spots, again, when the trees are lollipops, even though they're not, they're kind of objects versus a field. I think there's some spots where you can push a little further in terms of trying to just blur what is a right of way and what is a public space within the public realm piece, obviously not within the mobility piece. And then I really appreciate the idea of having these erratics and deadwood and other natural features that could double as seating and public furniture. I think in this case, it could be a real push to talk about upcycling material, bringing in stuff from other construction sites. Like I would really push for that. I don't know how that deals with things like cost, but if there are opportunities to think of the street furnishing in very specific, at least key spots, of something that has been salvaged and recycled, could really contribute very, very uniquely to this. And that's why it's also pushing a little bit about the lighting. And, you know, having the wood poles would be fits the theme a lot better than stainless steel ones. I don't know how much you have control over this, but that's why also the hues of the light matter, because if it is really bright and cool, light and cool versus warmer hues, you really start changing the atmosphere of some of these spaces. So again, just pushing on the kind of ephemeral experiential qualities that are coming out of this strategy is really good. The wildflower meadow, I think also, especially in the drabber months, could be a space that you could think of as a place of activation. You can actively potentially program it. I don't know if it's temporary concession stands in the summer months or a kind of public art program. You know, just I love the idea of a wildflower meadow, but you know, it's going to be beautiful for 4 months, and the rest of the time it's just going to look like a muddy, closed off, fenced thing. So maybe actively thinking of that as public realm as well, that might have certain programming, concession, and art, other things within it in other months of the year, space for it. Like think about where does that plug in, where would people stand, etc. I've been the messenger of comments also, if you don't mind, from Nina Marie and from Matthew Hickey-Otte leave, because Nina Marie was very, very excited about your strategy and just wanted to voice her support for your planting strategy specifically. I'm just going to read a couple of comments. She said that she thought that she thought very positively of the plan overall and appreciates the structure, variety, and diversity of the vegetation and the way it is planted and clustered around the story themes, but also pushes for trees as specimen, street trees to also be dissolved when appropriate. I think she mentioned a couple of vegetation that trees that could be thought of as future-proofing climate change, that maybe this is a place to also test some of the limits of the range of some trees where appropriate, or some shrubs, if possible. And lastly, really think about the kind of native species, forage habitat, seeds, and other things that might become part of the cycle, successional cycle of some of these plants. So again, it's like where appropriate to kind of let go of some of the maintenance and where to maximize it. Matthew says he just really wanted to push forward the naming of the unnamed streets through work with Indigenous communities within the city to help support placekeeping in these areas and further align the design intent with the urban realm, especially where these stories come in, so that the stories are not very much an afterthought, but an actual integrated part of the naming and creation of that right of way. Thanks for giving me three people's time.
Value for money there.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, Emily?
Thank you for the presentation. It was really comprehensive, as Paul said, and just a great explanation of everything you've been doing since the last time we saw this. I really appreciate that you took our comments very seriously about researching and making sure that this is going to succeed, because the aspirations are just super important and are going to be the kind of prototype that everywhere else in the city hopefully is going to be looking to see how to pull this off. And I really appreciate all of the deep research and the partnerships that Pina, you were just talking about with the Green Streets initiatives. And I also think this could be a really interesting prototype for the partnerships with the business districts, and that this is a new way of thinking about it. Because as we all know, you know, you have to have that kind of commitment behind it to actually pull this off, so that, you know, year 1, year 5, year 10, it's still succeeding as planned. I actually agree with what Nina Marie said in terms of the specimen trees and the forest, and that although I do agree about this interest of blending it all, I do think that there should be some kind of structure of showing that it is, you know, the kind of basis of street trees that are also then becoming forest, that there's a really interesting tension there that is a way to think about moments where it does become more loose, and then it has to kind of address the urban realm that might be a little bit more conventional. The other thing, though, that I'm really interested in is the narrative that has been brought into it for the programming and the idea of the stone. And I would also encourage. I think that that's a really great identity for this part of the city, and specifically for Quayside and Queens Quay here. I would encourage you to really look at the scales of it, just to make sure that it doesn't feel like the stone or the fallen trees or those elements are at a small scale, that they're not making the big impact that the aspirations are out there for. And I think that's more something that, you know, happens as you're doing detailed design, but just to make sure that it doesn't become kind of like a small moment along the street, that it really has to have some presence there. But other than that, I think that, you know, I agree with the comments with what Fadi is saying about the meadow, that just thinking about what it's really going to look like when it's not in bloom, and how to make sure that the crisscrossing doesn't happen. I think that there's a layer. I know that there's like, it's very stripped down in terms of costs, and you have to do that, but there's going to have to be some strategic thinking about how to control that, so that it doesn't become a weed pile that's compacted. But all the aspirations and principles are great. Really excited about this.
Thank you. David?
Yeah, thank you for your presentation. I think just to echo what's already been said, I think the natural heritage reference that you're you know, thinking about here, the savanna, the waterfront are all really strong in terms of the wayfinding approach, the programmatic approach, the horticultural approach as well. And I think this really will become an exemplar for the Green Street standards. I think this is a such an important project for that. It's obviously in its infancy. And I think there's going to be a lot to take away from this project, even itself as a kind of model that's measured over time. And I think that moving away from the soil cell, as we've seen in some of the more recent kind of failures and challenges with soil cells, frankly, that it's going to really, I think that it's going to be, or give the trees and other major plantings here a better kind of foundation. So I really support that. Thank you for addressing our four-legged friends. It really is a challenge, and I understand from people who've studied it that there are different heights for those barriers that are effective and others aren't. Certain heights keep out 75% of the dogs, and I think when it comes down to it, it's the owners as much as anything, frankly. But I think that's a really great also something that will be looked at in future and studied. I think I would caution on Parliament Street, that narrow planted edge on Parliament Street. I don't see that. I see that being a real challenge. It's just so narrow, and in the winter city condition here, I think it likely won't succeed. So I caution there. In terms of Queens Quay, I think the separation of the cyclists from the trail itself from the walking section of Queens Quay with the granite paving, I think that's also a positive step forward, especially with the motorized vehicles that we see on the trails now that are so dangerous when people accidentally wander into that realm. So that's really great. I think the one caution, going back to what Emily was talking about, is the maintenance of these and ensuring that they are really robust. I know that's top of mind for you. I'm very concerned about the City of Toronto, frankly, having carriage of that, because the city is under such pressure from a budget perspective, and it just takes a certain political leaning on council to create a lot of problems for parks and horticulture, and we see that today in many of our downtown parks. So I don't know what the answer is. It may be working with adjacent development partners, or I'm not sure what the solution is, but I do think that it needs to be sorted out sooner than later. Sorry for that long-winded explanation, but I think it's critical. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Gina.
Yeah, I loved all that. I was sitting here nodding the whole time you were talking, David, and I continue to love the narrative and the idea of this project and the rigor. I especially loved all the lessons learned and the rigor of looking at what's been done, and even the care and creative incorporation of the smallest details, the four-legged friends being one of them. Although I'll just say one thing I've learned, I did a tow rail recently and the skateboarders loved it. So I would just implore you to think about that in advance, creatively and beautifully, as I know you will. We joke in my office, we do a lot of streetscapes, that the Silva cells are always the thing until about 50% drawings, and then they all disappear. So it just made me also feel validated that you've experienced that because of cost and also because of the challenges they have in realization. I think that it's a better solution too. I think the beds are going to be more verdant and more lush because of that strategy. I think the only downside to my eye and looking at it is that suddenly you have long stretches where there's no break, and you have, a roadway there, and you also have these like truck turn radii that you have to accommodate. And as we see like a lot of laybys and driveways. So I wonder if there are strategies to think about how to traffic calm even more, even if it's like cheating the light fixtures in a little bit more towards the road for a little bit more verticality, or a rumble edge, or something that just gets it a little bit slower. I think that's the only risk that it could run. And then I too wondered about the activation of the interim landscape. Like, I could see you going a direction of activating it. And if you don't activate it and it's really meadow, I would encourage some use of topography. I think even just a slight mounding of it to shed a little bit of water so it doesn't look like a negative space. And so it gives a little more scale to the space. It just feels very like I'm an interim landscape. So that'd be my only other suggestion. Even if it's, dirt's relatively cheap. So even if it's just a slight pillowing of that space. But thank you for sharing and for a beautiful presentation.
Okay, Gavin?
Thanks very much. I want just offer my support to the project as well. I think I can't say anything better than what's already been said. I'm like, one of my favorite slides, I think it's 52. It talks about sort of the understory planting narrative. I'm really excited about this kind of sort of savanna. It could be, I think, you know, just a wonderful just visual. I'm wondering if we can like enhance the seasonality. Like, you know, we talked about here the seasonal themes. There's this animation employing long flowering perennials. I'm wondering if this can be, you know, perhaps not just one set of selections has this long life, but maybe there could be a couple other sort of shorter selections that, you know, animate the spring and the autumn with maybe more rusts or greens or something like that. I mean, the idea here is that if this is this wonderful sort of painterly element in the city, even if it's an interim solution, I would hate to see it lose momentum due to, you know, just errant movement, as we talked about, or kind of abuse or lack of maintenance. So, you know, how can it be maintained as something visually extremely interesting and a wonderful element in the city? So I think the seasonality to me would be, if there's any way that can be embellished, would be good. Thanks.
Okay.
Thanks, and I just want to echo my colleagues' admiration for the work. It continues to be really exciting, and I think for me, particularly the review of the lessons, the research-based design is extremely interesting. And I think not only does Waterfront benefit, the entire city benefits from having on board for this length of time to really analyze what's worked and to deepen that. And I think that in a way can be your departure from the continuity along the whole precinct. So it's not based on changes in formal ideas, but it's based on science and research and analysis and tweaking based on that. I think that's an incredibly valid and enriched environment. I also appreciate not just the four-legged friends, but all of our more than human friends, because I think to me, it's evident that you've metabolized that idea by the way you've reached back into using landscape elements like the deadwood and the woody shrubs as ways to enhance habitat as opposed to building, say, birdhouses. I think that's a really, really fantastic thing, and I would encourage you to do as much of that as possible to support as much diversity in our ecology as possible. And then finally, I just want to, I know we've talked about the meadow, and I echo what my colleagues have said, but just one observation and one suggestion. My observation is, even if you put some fencing up in the public realm, people will go over the fencing. It's a draw, it's a dare. And so I think there should be a way to think through ways to activate the crossing of that meadow to enhance some temporary programming of that space or public art, something, because I think it's really going to be worn out really quickly. And what I'd also like to suggest, I think this goes back to your ideas about placemaking and planting pilots, is I would really love to see a way that whatever it is that you plant in that LRT space can be replanted and reused down the road. I think it really troubles me that there's waste in this project, and especially living matter. So there should be a way in which you can take that and transplant that, and maybe the fact that you don't have a time frame for that temporary state gives you some latitude about what it is you choose in terms of your plant material and the design of that interim landscape.
Yes, well, I mean, first of all, such a pleasure to see this presentation. I'm glad that I got the chance. I realize this is the third visit, and very much echo everything that my colleagues have said. And I would just add, I guess that there is a kind of natural tendency to look at Queens Quay, as we should, as a street and the design of that street and that experience. I guess I'm expecting, and I know that there's such a promise in this work that there is a equal consideration for the cross grain. So there is already either existing or planned or projected built form adjacent to Queens Quay. So I'm not really sure if this should be considered, as this is in the context of a walk to work in this length, and that therefore there is so much texture and so much amazing. I love the events. I love the narrative. I think that there's so much potential for the placekeeping and naming of the streets maybe should not stop there, but that there should be, I think, a kind of reverberation into the linear scheme from the cross grain, both from the north side and from the south side, which are very different. So I would also urge, we do tend to, myself included, we tend to concentrate on the street section, and even, you know, basically even just cutting that section where there's the big gap in built form and a draw, maybe a reverberation in that linear planting. But there should also be the elevation, like through even the meadow, and what's happening there, and what the characteristic differences are between the north side experience and the south side experience of Queens Quay, I think are quite, you know, formidable, especially when we're thinking about wind, you know, when there are no leaves on those trees, and the winter experience. I think that there is more of a circuit of inner block loops where you touch on the Queens Quay experience rather than a long hike, you know, along the entire sort of length from Parliament to Bonnycastle. Yeah. So, but super exciting. Thank you.
Can I just one very minor? Sure. Because you mentioned the research. I'm wondering if you could quantify, you know, the biomass total, you know, carbon, water, like just how different your streets are than a normative street in terms of their performative qualities, and if that could potentially be offset when we talk about carbon, you know, just making the case in a quantifiable way versus that goes really beautifully hand in hand with the narrative that is very much social and cultural. And I think if those two come in a really quick way, you might be able to convince some of the skeptics that a typical tree with just specimens, you know, normative typical street tree grid versus something that is a bit more unique has also a quantifiable positive impact.
Thank you. Chris wants to add
I
a comment.
just wanted to pick up on one thing that got discussed, which is the soil cells, and we're not just cutting them because of cost. I didn't want that to like
Oh, yeah.
the only driver. I mean, I think we're not that convinced they're really delivering the tree health that we want. That we're still struggling with the trees. So
Yeah, we're all on board with that.
yeah, okay,
Yeah.
all right.
Totally is.
100%.
Trees don't actually need plastic to live.
And they're also expensive.
But it's green plastic.
Peanut.
Oh, sorry.
Critique of the West that the trees are, that there is just only the trees and not a lot of other green spaces. So learning from the Quay pilot, we're also trying to really infuse more open plantings. So because
That goes back to, you know, perfect trees too.
Right.
So, I mean, I don't think we have an example, with the exception along the waterfront, of, you know, a really successful treescape, right, on the streets. So I really think that's really worth rethinking.
Pat, we do have a number of really successful streets, and what we've learned is that the open planters are really successful in being able.
I'm just saying on the
to-
waterfront.
Yeah, to
Yeah, no,
deliver
taking a-
that the open planters are really the answer.
Taking a specimen tree kind of approach. I mean, I've even been trying to push the team to think about species that nobody wants to use. Like, should we have some poplars? Should we have some aspens? Should we have some birches? And I'm always given a billion reasons as to why that's totally not possible. But to me, those are the real pioneer trees that might actually start to turn our soil into something that oaks and elms and maples would be happy growing.
Fast.
But you know, there are certain concerns around those softwood trees, but I feel like it's something we should really be exploring more.
Just seems that Waterfront Toronto, I mean, I know it's going against the kind of conventional wisdom and thinking of the city, but if there ever is an opportunity for another public agency to really kind of query that and interrogate that, all those rules that are followed, I think this would be one of them, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll try and thank you for all those comments. I'll try and do a summary, and I think pretty obvious. Then we'll give you a chance to respond after I summarize. And then we'll take a vote. I guess it's pretty obvious that we like it. There's an awful lot of work and a lot of thought that's gone into this. It's very aspirational. It obviously would create and set a new bar, I think, for traditional experiences in the city. And we appreciate the level of detail that's been brought to bear on this. And I think in particular, several people said this, that the lessons learned inventory and analysis and scientific basis. This is not just some pie in the sky thing. This is got, you know, some real legs. In no particular comment, I'll just go through suggestions about groves of trees needed to create the forest impact to really achieve the vision that is shown here. The coordination of different palettes is really important. Really push hard, I guess, is the message from us. Don't, you know, be bold, big and bold, and really let's see this thing happen and come to reality. Various comments made about coordination of street furniture throughout. The continuity is important. Suggestions and comments made about the necessity of warm lighting, preference for the wooden poles versus the stainless steel, I think it goes without saying. Appreciation of the erratic street furniture suggestion throughout, the use of the deadwood, woody shrubs, stones, various aspects that traditionally wouldn't see on a street like this, and the relationship to the storytelling of the waterfront. A lot of comments about the wildflower meadow. In particular, it'd be great for 3 to 4 months, and then what happens? The off-season use consideration, I think, needs some serious thinking in terms of different public realm opportunities that might be provided for that meadow. The fact that probably people will want to cross it at all different locations. Some possibility of exploring different grade elevations, different aspects of pop-ups or public art or what have you, but whole variety of things that need to be thought about for the, I guess, 8 months when it won't be in bloom. Strong support for the planting strategy, the diversity consideration should be given to future proofing for climate change, which is pretty inevitable. Comments about the importance of street naming and the indigenous references, obviously, to the waterfront, the storytelling. I think that is something that needs to be taken very, very seriously and brought to bear. Comments of appreciation, I should say, for the four-legged friend comment, the dog strategy, and also a comment about don't forget skateboarders. You know, they can do a lot of damage to some beautiful, beautiful streetscapes. The suggestion that this could be a very strong prototype for other city streets. Comment made about perhaps it might be useful to document and quantify the differences in the biomass and the carbon differences from a typical Toronto street as a basis for considering this sort of approach elsewhere. Maintenance, various comments about that, given the reality of lack of funds in the city these days until we get a new deal for the city. You know, you don't want it to look great for 2 years and then all of a sudden, you know, go to the dogs, so to speak. So maintenance being really critical. And the last couple of general comments about seasonality to maximize the opportunities to enhance the vegetation and the image and the vision throughout the different seasons of the year. And another final comment, I guess, here about considering minimizing any waste in the planting material, trying to recycle and reutilize that especially from the middle. So overall, very strong support. Love what we see, a lot of good work, and I can't wait to see this actually happen. And it's got to happen the way we understand it, because this will be a real prototype and unique, I think, anywhere in the city. So I think that tries to capture most of the comments in summary. Give you an opportunity, Shelley or Yvonne, if you want to respond and how you want to digest all this and move forward.
Yeah, Yvonne, if you don't mind, maybe I have some notes for the closure. I wanted to start with the meadow because it was a really interesting discussion around the table today. I did want to introduce another element in addition to not knowing how long it's going to be there, but that we have to consider this is the center of a right-of-way that will eventually become the TTC track. And we have a kind of element of professional responsibility and liability related to streetscape that I hesitate. I put that out there to you as a DRP, what my hesitation is about the temporary activation and programming of the central meadow space. And this is something that we'll definitely take away with the client team and discuss, you know, what is the nature of it? If you treat it like a garden, how do you make sure the appropriate safety measures are in place? Because you're between essentially a roadway and the Martin Goodman Trail. And so is that a place that we want to encourage people to spend time in, and how do we do that in a safe way? That's a completely new design exercise. So it's interesting. I think we'll have to take that away and think about it. And I wanted to also talk a little bit that we talked a lot about soil cells and the open planters the work we've been doing here. Soil cells we think are still our friends. There are places, of course, where they are really useful for it, and that we're still deploying them in the design to reach our soil volume capacities. And also when we have areas of high pedestrian traffic, like at the intersections where we're still needing to put trees into hardscape, and they allow us to do a lot in a public space. And what's an interesting shift in this project is in the creation of a really healthy ecology and reducing the cost of investment in soil cells. We are putting the burden of investment into the maintenance, or I would like to call it stewardship phase of the landscape, which is, I think, also an interesting aspect of the project that with Fadi, your help, and maybe Nina Marie's help to help quantify these kinds of things in research to maybe try and, support the kind of investment that's needed to create these kind of vibrant green spaces. I think that's a great suggestion. And to close, we would like to invite you all to opening day with your children and your skateboards and your dogs to test drive the streets and be part of the ongoing research on the living laboratory.
Thanks very much. Yvonne, do you have anything you want to add?
No, I think Shelley summarized it very well, and I want to thank you for all the feedback, and we look forward to that opening day.
Thank you very much. Yeah, we look forward to that. So we just need to take a vote. I would certainly propose support. Yep, unanimous support. So thank you very much again.
Thank
very
you,
much.
Design Review Panel. It's always a pleasure.
Yeah. We actually are almost on time again. So take a little break. Zoom at 3:15.
So Paul would be the expert on the policy side, but I can start, and maybe when he arrives, he can just
Your hands are
policy
ready.
beings
Yeah.
are missing.
All right, you want to come to the microphone here and introduce yourself, and we'll cut you a little slack, but I bet you won't need it.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Juliana Zem. I'm a senior urban designer with Toronto East York. We're going to talk today on the 153-185 Eastern Avenue, also known as Foundry site. This is a map on the location. It is close to the Corktown Commons. It's Eastern Avenue is the street to the north, Palace is to the south, and Rolling Mills to the west. And to the east, there is existing condo development. Oh, he has notes. This is amazing. So in October 2004, the City Council included 153 and 185 Eastern Avenue on the City Heritage Register. In 2020, the province approved MZO for the site, which established the zoning for the site. In January 2021, demolition started on the site and one of the existing buildings was lost. But then later on, there was an injunction to stop the demolition of the buildings on site, and that's what we have now. In August 2021, province and city reached an agreement to ensure the property owner respects the heritage when redeveloping the site, and Paul arrived. I'll finish the slide and then give him some time to set it in.
We forced her to stay.
Sorry.
And then in March 2022, the site was officially sold by the province to the current owner. Do you want? All right. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, and I apologize again for being late. Today has been a bit of a crazy day. So just as further background from what Juliana said, and just to introduce myself, I'm Paul Johnson. I'm a planner in community planning with the city. So just to get into the background a bit further, in October of 2004, the city added the Foundry site to the city's heritage register. And then in late 2020, the province approved the MZO, which established new zoning for the site. And that's what we're here to talk about for the second time. In mid-January 2021, the province started demolishing the buildings on the site. But then later that month, Divisional Court issued an injunction to stop that from continuing. And in August 2021, the province and the city reached an agreement in principle to ensure that the property owner would respect the vision for the redevelopment of the site. And then in March 2022, the province officially sold the site to the current owner. So then moving on from there, in terms of the timeline for the site plan application that we have before us, obviously the zoning was established through the MZO, so we're just looking at a site plan application. So in late 2022, we had our first pre-application meetings. In March of this year, we came for the first DRP meeting. Then in July of this year, council actually designated the property under Part 4 of the Ontario Heritage Act. And then in late 2023, we anticipate that there will be a resubmission of the site plan application. So to get into a few of the details about the zoning in the MZO, to provide some of those additional details. The MZO is pretty broad. It permits a mix of uses like any commercial residential zone, so apartment building, mixed use building, some additional permissions for a commercial parking garage, things like community centers, outdoor amenity space, things like that. It also permits 3 separate buildings on the site and requires that one of them be an apartment building. It further outlines that the overall site has a maximum height of 141 meters, and it provides some minimum setbacks just from the street frontages. So they're all fairly minor, but the one from the east lot line is the most significant at 4.5 meters, so pretty basic. And then it establishes a maximum gross floor area for the site of just over 75,000 square meters. Of which just 500 square meters is non-residential as a minimum requirement, and the rest can be residential uses. And then there's also a minimum requirement of a 500 square meter POPs on the site. And then there are site-specific requirements for bike parking, vehicle parking, and loading. So in terms of what the MZO doesn't cover, but that has been established through agreements between the province and the owner, these are matters of heritage and affordable housing that the city is then building on through the application. So the first one, in terms of housing, the registered agreements require that there be provided a minimum of 264 affordable units, or no less than 25% of the total number of units.
It also establishes a minimum required unit mix, the sizes, and the rent levels. So up here, we have some additional information. There's a pretty good mix of larger units. So 40% 2-bed, 15% 3-bed, and 5% 4-bed units. The city's housing secretariat is working on this together with the applicant to establish the details and all of that associated with this. Another key thing, though, is the map of the site that's shown there. You can see the area in blue within the larger site is where the affordable housing is required to be located. And you'll see on the plans that those property lines are identified and are pretty clear throughout the site. So that's the area within which that affordable housing must be provided. And outside of that is any market housing beyond that. So moving on to the heritage conservation details that have been established to date. So obviously this complex is architecturally and historically significant, and it's a rare example of an industrial complex in this area. And then in terms of the new development and the proposal for it, this was secured between the province and the applicant through a heritage conservation easement. And this ensures the retention of the cleaning room building as well as the machine shops, and then allows for the towers on the site. But it's important to note that the HIA does note that those plans that were reviewed as part of that were conceptual and that they were anticipated to evolve through the process. And then just to repeat again, the property was designated by the city in July 2023. And that does mean that council will need to approve the alterations to the property. And then just to do a quick summary of some of the comments that were provided through the previous review. So there, you had requested the parking plans and a strategy that should be provided at the next review. You wanted the applicant to consider the adjacent retail patterns and provide a detailed retail study and strategy for the site. And then you wanted them to select authentic materials and avoid any imitation products in their site design. In terms of the buildings and the built form, there was support expressed for the proposed facade articulation and the kind of grid pattern that they were advancing at the time. It was felt that the tower locations overwhelmed the industrial heritage buildings, and there were proposals for the applicant to consider other tower locations, as well as providing massing studies that you could review through this further review. And then some felt that the ground floor envelope modifications to the industrial buildings really overwhelmed that heritage character, and that the degree of modification should be reduced. And then getting into the open space, some of the feedback that was provided there. So there were suggestions to integrate the parking access and loading into the building envelopes within the building envelopes so that they weren't floating in the site, as well as to consider consolidating some of those loading spaces and providing an alternative access to the parking on the site. The other thing was that the site layout should reinforce the pedestrian network of the West Don Lands and really allow for that porous movement through the site that we see on many of the sites in the area, as well as addressing the fairly significant grade change along the east side of the perimeter of the site. There was some feedback about the commemoration wall that was proposed along Eastern not being needed, and that it really doesn't provide an effective strategy to sort of conceal or mask the parking entrance that was proposed behind it. There were suggestions to reconsider the location of a separate exit stair on the east side of the site. There were some questions about the need for the POPs at the corner, given the number of parks and open spaces in the immediate adjacent area. And some felt that the location of the community center and its associated outdoor area was too inaccessible, though others felt this could be made to work with some further modifications to the site layout. Oh, and I should say there was strong support for the geothermal strategy that the applicant had talked about at that time. So now to get into some of the areas for panel consideration that staff would like to propose and have everyone kind of think about. The first area really is related to the public realm with the intent to enhance, expand, and connect the public realm within the site and the larger adjacent area. So staff's major issues that we've identified through the review of the application are the excessive space on the site that's devoted to vehicle movement and specifically to loading activity. Also the lack of usable, safe, or comfortable public realm spaces across the site, particularly when we do have such a large site. It's fairly rare for us in the downtown to have this kind of opportunity. As well as a concern about the lack of animation of the public realm or connections to the adjacent site. And some of the things that we're considering and that we would love some discussion on is opportunities for further consolidation of the driveways, the loading spaces, and parking access to create a better pedestrian realm and to provide additional open space within the site. We think that there's a particular opportunity to extend the pop space that is still proposed at the corner into the area between buildings A and B. There still remains 2 driveways within the site, and we've circled all the various loading spaces and the at-grade outdoor amenity area. These are areas of concern for us. So if there's a way to eliminate that type C loading space in building A, really there's no reason for vehicles to be going within that portion of the site, which we think does provide a pretty big opportunity. We also think that doing that and consolidating the loading would further reduce some of the interventions into those heritage elevations. And then we also wanted to consider how we could better connect the site to the surrounding area. One of the ideas that we've had is to realign and connect the east driveway of the site with St. Lawrence Street, which is just to the north of the site, and then create more of an intersection there with safe pedestrian crossings across the street, and then kind of design that remaining driveway to function more as kind of a shared street space. And then you would just have one curb cut along Eastern, and we think that that would make the area safer and better connected to the surroundings. The further thing is just the number of mid-block connections. So there's big opportunities here, but we have some concerns with the uses and things that are around them, as well as how they connect to the surrounding area. So right now there's the existing mid-block connection on the east and south sides of the site that we think really could be expanded into the site and connected to. But we're not really seeing that in a satisfactory way. And there are things like that outdoor amenity area that's circled on the east side of the site that kind of interrupts that easy connection to it. So the other thing is still having that grading issue. And then the other thing is that one of the new proposals is a break in building B that you can see. But again, it's surrounded by some loading areas and things like that. So we're not sure about how safe that space might be. And then the other thing was in terms of to build on concerns around the public realm and the issue of the lack of animation of the public realm, particularly on Eastern and Palace. On Eastern, there's really a lack of active uses to us. There's no kind of retail or other non-residential uses. There's also an excessive amount of back of house functions like the parking entrance and the loading space. Along Palace Street, the community space lacks direct access to that street frontage. So we still have some concerns about that entry sequence into the space. And we think that there's still an excessively large lobby space within building B. And some of the ideas were integrating the parking ramp within a building and relocating that loading space away from the street frontage, eliminating the commemorative wall, which is still shown along Eastern. We're not pushing for that to be maintained. And then some effort to reorganize the ground floor uses just to provide even those more passive but actively passive sites within the buildings along the street edges rather than some of the more loading or service uses along the edges of the site. As well as increasing opportunities for retail or other non-residential uses. So it doesn't just need to be retail, but considering a whole range of other opportunities. And then dedicating a portion of that Building B lobby to provide a direct building entrance to the community space that's shown in green on the east side of the site. And I should also say that the city does support the inclusion of a community space here, and we are interested in taking over that community space. So it is one that the city does have an interest in having included on the site, and is something that we see as being a positive component of the proposal. The last thing that we have is around built form and some of the issues that we see there. So really, we think that there are insufficient tower separation distances and setbacks from the surrounding site. So in particular, the east side of the site to the 43-story tower, there's a 6.3 meter setback, as well as distances of sort of 16 to 19 meters between towers, which we think are a bit tight for the site. There's also pretty large floor plates proposed across the site, in particular Building B, the T-shaped building in the middle, as well as some concerns around the heritage conservation approach. And we agreed with the feedback about the tower placement and location really overwhelming that industrial heritage, as well as the kind of deep cantilever of Building A over the pops and aligning it with the heritage building below. And then we still require some additional information from the applicant to get a full list of all of the interventions within the heritage properties that they're proposing. So we'll have some additional feedback on that once we get it. And then in terms of some of the areas for discussion or things that we've highlighted back to the applicant is really obviously increasing the separation and reducing the floor plate sizes, potentially by increasing the heights of buildings A and B. So the MZO establishes that maximum height across the site, and it's not being maximized on those two towers. So we thought one way to address that could be through increasing the height and kind of shrinking the buildings. A further one was reallocating that north-south portion of Building B in the middle of the site and putting that on top of the remaining kind of east-west component of Building B, and how that might open up the center of the site for other uses or opportunities, and some flexibility to shift around the towers if possible, while still maintaining those property lines that are in the registered housing agreement, which you can kind of see in black on the slide. And we think that that could also improve the conservation strategy and a number of the issues that have already been highlighted, as well as providing enhancements to the public realm and some additional gathering spaces on the site. So I'm sorry that I'm still a little bit out of breath, but that's the extent of our presentation. And then I guess we'll turn it over to the applicant now. Yeah.
I actually just wanted to ask a question of clarification, because you're suggesting changing some of these separation distances. So I think it sounds like you're saying within the MZO, because I think we have no choice but to adhere to the MZO. So I'm not sure it's entirely clear like how much of a change is possible within that envelope, but I didn't want to invite the panel to go outside the bounds of the MZO, because I don't think that would really be appropriate. So can you give some idea of how much flexibility you think there actually is?
Yeah, so there is, from our perspective, quite a bit of flexibility that could be applied to the site. The maximum height across the site is 141 meters, with additional permissions for mechanical and other projections beyond that. So the 141 meters is really only maxed out at Building C in the northeast portion.
I'm looking at these minimum setbacks. You're saying they could do more and still be able to build?
Yeah, because so the north lot line, like 0 is required from north or for underground structures. So that's the eastern lot line. 4.5 meters from the east lot line, that's where the shared mid-block connection that wraps around the site is. 0.3 meters from the south lot line along Alex. 0.9 meters from the west lot line. So there even now, they're exceeding these setbacks with the current heritage conservation strategy that they're proposing, but there may be further opportunities within that to shift massing around while maintaining the GFA and the units and all of that. And the thing that's key, based on our understanding, is these interior property lines just for where building B, that affordable housing building, needs to be located within the site versus the other two towers outside of that.
All right, just wanted to.
Because you've started, there was something else in the package. Who's going to be responsible for the affordable housing? That wasn't clear.
I don't believe that's been determined yet. I think that the city's housing secretariat is waiting for additional information to come in about all of those details and potentially accessing open door funding and some other opportunities before that would be finalized.
Are there access easements over one to the other? Access easements like from the market housing to the affordable housing to the market housing?
There are some access easements and agreements that are already in place. The applicant can provide, I think, the detailed information there, but the parking garage underneath, there's shared access and all of that. So all of those kind of shared facilities agreements are in place.
Okay, thank you very much. So Earl, is it, who's gonna make the presentation? Earl, are you?
Good afternoon, everyone.
Are you there?
Yep, just wanted to make sure that I'm audible. I'm also joined by Jessica Morano of MBTW. And so, we're happy to start our component of the presentation when everyone's ready.
Yep, please go ahead.
Okay, so just bear with me for a second. I'm just going to try to share my screen to call up the presentation itself. Okay, so thanks everybody and good afternoon. I just wanted to make sure before I started that my screen is actually displaying the presentation.
Not yet.
Not yet, no.
Okay, just bear with me. Sorry, I'm like halfway across the globe, so I'm just trying to make sure that everything's functioning here.
Let's see this time.
There we go.
Okay.
Okay, hopefully that's better. Okay, so thanks very much, everyone, and good afternoon again. My name is Earl Mark from Core Architects. I'm joined today by Gus Morano of MPGW. First of all, I'd like to thank Paul Johnson and Juliana for giving the introduction and a lot of the background in terms of some of the factors that went into the overall design at 153, 185 Eastern Avenue. I think from our perspective, we will be starting the presentation by also reviewing some of the site context and history of the site, looking through some of the previous renderings that were presented so that way everybody can get a sense of what's being proposed as an overall general design intent. The renderings that we will be showing haven't been updated from the previous submission because we have been concentrating a little bit more on some of the fine-tuning and aspects of redesigning the ground floor. After which we'll move into having MPGW speak about a little bit more in depth on the granular design issues surrounding the ground floor context. And then, as was alluded to in Paul's presentation, we will be looking at some of the massing options, or at least one of the massing options that was looked for on the subject site. So we'll walk through a lot of this information fairly quickly. Everybody is aware of the subject site and where we are at 153, 185 Eastern Avenue, shown here in blue. We've already looked at the context in terms of the boundary streets with Eastern Avenue to the north, Block 4 as part of private condominium on the east, Corktown Commons, further to the southeast, Palace Street to the south, and Rolling Mills Road flanking the site on the west. The subject site, as you know, had originally existed as part of the Foundry Dominion and Wheel Corporation, And the existing site, as we had talked about, saw the demolition of the original offices and warehouse on the site itself in accordance with the Heritage Impact Assessment. And the two remaining buildings that you see on the site today are the volumes of 153 Eastern Avenue, or the cleaning room, 185 Eastern Avenue, which was the machine room, as well as the 1939 addition to the machine room, which is the building that is going to be dedicated for the community center, which city staff have already commented on interest in taking over. So here we just see the site in relationship to its overall context with respect to the Waterfront Toronto base plan. And then just walking through this, the next series of slides, we're just simply looking at the previous presented renderings that show the view, or the street view, of the existing condition, and then the overall proposed development and the massing of the site as is currently proposed as part of our site plan agreement. So here, looking at the pop space in the south, from the southwest corner, looking northeast, and looking at the contemplated pop space from Palace Street, looking at one of the connections towards the north, towards Eastern, and the quality of space that will be created, the retail areas that will be flanking the particular pop space to provide support and activity for the open areas on the site. This view is of the machine room along Palace Street, with the double-story height space and the abundant amount of glazing as part of this elevation. It's the building that we saw as the jewel of the overall site in terms of the volumes that were being preserved. And this was part of the reasoning behind why this particular address was dedicated for the affordable housing building, with that volume being constructed above. A view along Eastern Avenue and the overall development. So you can see here the limited windows that we have on the north side of the property, which will house amenity space for Building A. We will talk about the commemorative wall that was listed in the HIA as something that was being supported by our previous heritage architect as a volume to retain the street wall, or this, I guess, the street wall continuity along Eastern Avenue. It is something that we will be showing as being eliminated as part of the refinements that we've made for the ground floor to improve pedestrian safety with our vehicular access. And again, the volume of Building C at as the taller height in the background. This isn't the full list, I think, that the City of Toronto was looking for, but we did go into a little bit further depth in describing the quality of the spaces that we're trying to preserve, with the double height volumes of both the cleaning room and the machine room being saved. So here what we're identifying are, the existing glazing to be recreated and replaced with the similar stash style windows with improved insulated glazed units. The entirety of the interior paint will be removed and stripped and restored to the original masonry that was used to construct the volume. The same paint will be stripped off of the steel column supports and the gantry crane running along the whole parallel length of the building. So the paint again will be stripped off of the existing steel structure in the roof, and again we'll have to reconstruct the roof, but mimic a lot of these existing details to ensure that we are meeting some of the requisite fire resistance ratings that we'll need to achieve in terms of spatial separation between the double height space of the lobby and the buildings above. The existing rolling doors will be replaced with larger glazed units to support the retail spaces in this particular instance, as we are in the affordable housing building lobby facing west. That particular area will be dedicated for retail, and then a new set of railway tracks running the length of the building will also be installed, just harkening back to the use of these buildings in terms of what they were and what they meant in terms of manufacturing and the building of equipment associated with railway expansion in the early 1900s, 1960s. This particular rendering shows the lobby as proposed, showing the key features of the elements being preserved. And then again, for the 1939 extension of the machine room, the building that will be dedicated for the community center, again, showing a lot of the similar strategies that we put in place to preserve the double height space and the character of the buildings and the features that were important to the process of manufacturing, as well as the construction of equipment within these buildings. And then finally here, just showing an image of what this community space could look like when it's fully designed and fully developed, and the spill out space in the courtyard in the southeast corner that's being preserved to effectively support the community space and the function here itself. So before talking about the overall design and getting into the nuts and bolts of a lot of the decision making, here we just wanted to walk through the constraints that the consultant team needed to respect in terms of the overall any constraints that related to the massing and how we approach massing on the site. So here you can see in the middle with the upside down T shape in light blue, the severed property line that Paul had previously mentioned in his introduction. The severance of this line effectively identifies the separate property boundaries of what will be contained for the affordable housing building and these lands, and separates that from the lands of the market buildings themselves. In accordance, the HIA, on top of needing to preserve the existing two-story structures related to the cleaning room and the machine room, there was also a direction or a discussion in preserving open space. So here you can see the open space being needed to be preserved in the southwest corner, which directly translated to the concept of the consultant team to provide this area as an open pop space. The heritage impact assessment also talked about the preservation of open space in the southeast corner, and here hence designation of this area as the exterior courtyard supporting the community center. And really what that left us with as a design team is the northeast and the northwest corners shown here in yellow, within which we would be able to provide the volumes of the market buildings. And then the exercise ended up being one of trying to ensure that we can meet the overall areas that the owner and the client needed to ensure that both the market buildings themselves as well as the affordable buildings could maximize the amount of GFA and reduce the cost of construction to make the overall development financially feasible, as we understand the owner will be responsible for constructing the affordable building itself. So just a recap of the spaces to be preserved, showing the cleaning room in the northwest corner, bounded in red, where the entire volume of this building is to be preserved in situ. The interventions that we have here on this building really only exist in the southwest corner where demolition had previously occurred and been stayed. The HIA supports the reconstruction of this particular building with the larger glazed openings to support the retail functions of this space. In the east side of the building where there is an existing loading bay door, that existing opening will be used as the loading for a type C loading to be able to support move in and move out of the residents with a type C loading space. Along Palace Street, we are only retaining and preserving the facade. In this particular area, there wasn't much heritage context, I guess, noted because of the existing openings along the west side of this building to support some of the more industrial functions. So these areas will be constructed to be a little bit more sympathetic to the same elevation that wraps its way along the south side of Palace Street. And then obviously the 1939 extension being preserved in its entirety for the community center. So in this particular slide, we've shown the blue line representing the reconstructed wall on the machine room, and then the magenta line on the north side of the site where the HIA was asking for, the commemorative wall to be preserved, Despite the fact that we've shown this in the renderings, you'll see that in some of the refinements that we've made on the ground floor plan, that we are intending, with support of Phil Goldsmith, who is going to be our current heritage architect, the removal of this wall to improve safety of pedestrians across the site. So just really simply summarizing these particular discussion items, just an ideogram of how the volumes on the site are being established, starting with the property line of the affordable building, having that massing being extruded with a mid-rise block on the T-shape area to the north, and a slightly higher tower form along the south, parallel to Palace Street, and then the tower forms of both Building A and Building C rising up and respecting the open spaces on the southeast and the southwest corners. Just for completeness, we've included the shadow studies as part of the overall package. So these slides really speak to the strategy that we had in terms of the massing and how we were looking to minimize shadowing across the site onto Corktown Commons as being the important public space overall in the context of the overall West Don Lands area. These massing images here also showing contextually the development of the overall West Don Lands area itself. And here you can see the heights of our buildings at 34, 18, and 43 stories, which remain unchanged in terms of this particular presentation. And just a slide recapping the sustainable strategy for the building, where we are looking to achieve the Toronto Green Standard version 4 Tier 1, and in addition to this, having a small description of the geothermal system, which we know is being supported by the entire group here, including the City of Toronto, but it is one of the measures being looked at for the subject site. I think previously in the presentation that the City of Toronto gave, there was a summary of comments that have been heard from all stakeholders from the City of Toronto in terms of comments received back from our site plan application, comments made from the design review panel members, as well as during this time we've also reached out twice with the West Don Land committees to effectively hear their feedback, and then looking to see how we would address this through our presentation. So it's just showing a quick summary of some of the things that we've heard and how we've responded to those particular comments themselves. So just moving through the plans before getting through to the focus, which is the ground floor plan. We've included the below grade floor plans. We do have 3 levels of below grade parking. So you can see here the residential parking on P3, which is strictly all entirely residential. The same gets repeated on P-2. We do have the room dedicated for the geothermal equipment on the north side of the site, where all of the plumbing from the geothermal system will be running just up against the property line and the foundation wall. On P-1, we have all of our service spaces, loading, bicycle parking, and an intent to provide this entire level as commercial parking, which will also support any visitor parking for the overall development itself. On the north side of the site here as well, you can see the elevators for the commercial parking, which will be present and discharging up to the ground floor north towards Eastern Avenue as part of Building C. So this slide here shows the original ground floor plan and some of the key features of the site. There is a focus in terms of what we were looking for or looking to do, responding to some of the comments that city staff had mentioned, namely about taking the 2 curb cuts that we have and trying to consolidate as much of the vehicular movement as we could through the area of the site that is directly south of St. Lawrence, looking at integrating the stair that was orphaned on the east side of the site within the envelope of Building C. We are looking at trying to improve visibility and pedestrian connection and make a more pedestrian-friendly pathway to connect to the community center here on the southeast corner of the site, and as well trying to basically take what was previously a vehicular pathway here between Buildings B and Building A, and then trying to consolidate all of that movement as best as we can on the east side of the site as previously discussed. So here on this slide, you can see some of the net changes and the impacts that have been made. So here we are in fact showing the commemorative wall removed with the ramp, the vehicular ramp, and the orientation flipped to be on the east side of the site to ensure that we have more visible sight lines for any vehicles moving in and out of the site here in this particular area. We've also flipped the same access for the type G loading for building B, where garbage pickup will occur for the affordable housing building. We've introduced I guess a carriageway that allows for a little bit more pedestrian connectivity for anybody traversing across the site. The net effect of these changes does allow for a wider, more pedestrian-friendly access to occur on the west side of the site between buildings A and the extension of building B. We do have, and I know Gus will get into this later, I guess a strategy for mitigating what will be periodic move in and move out of residents in building A in this particular area, but we are trying to create definitely a more pedestrian friendly access going and improving permeability from the northeast or sort of the south portions of the site, and ensuring that when we do create a glazed vestibule for the community center on the north side of the site, that it's a little bit more visually apparent for anybody crossing along Eastern Avenue or anybody traversing the site through the pedestrian pathways in this particular zone. The exit stair obviously is being integrated here in the southeast corner. The exhaust and intake shafts for the below-grade public garage, we've tried to move back and minimize the sizes of them here on the northeast corner of the site. And again, the same thing in the southwest corner of the site, removing the intake grill from the main pedestrian pathway. And then the diagrams here just start to show how parking and movement is being consolidated on the site, trying to create an area that's a little bit more vehicular centric here at the foot of St. Lawrence, and the more pedestrian friendly access point that we see on the west side of the site itself. These next slides show a little bit more of an evolution of the tower design, where the tower shapes themselves have been simplified. So we're removing some of the shifts that we previously had in the massing of the towers, creating a little bit more of a streamlined and simplified tower massing for buildings A and building C as they move up the site. I know one of the items here that we wanted to talk about, it was raised by city staff that we could potentially start increasing the height of the buildings themselves and potentially decreasing setbacks. I think it's one thing that as we start moving through the plans, you'll start to see, especially in these elevations, that there was a deliberate attempt to ensure that the floor plates for the residential condominiums themselves were maximized, the 750 square foot maximum size, just to ensure that we can reduce the number of floors, reduce the amount of perimeter construction that was involved, to reduce, again, the overall cost of the development, to make the affordable building where we're maximizing the area there to be 30% of the overall development, to be as efficient as possible. Larger tower forms ensure that these volumes were set back from the podia of the buildings themselves, to ensure that there were visible step backs from these, from the tower forms, and to ensure that the bottleneck sort of shapes that we see here also had their own setbacks to ensure that the podium volumes, especially as it pertains to the heritage components and the double-story height volumes that we're preserving, are read as distinct as possible. So here you can see the overall shapes of the buildings and the forms, and again, what the impacts would be to, or the sort of impacts and the interventions that we're making for the heritage buildings, really only limiting the number of interventions relative to existing openings that exist for the cleaning room, as well as for the machine room on the south side of the site. So here again, just a south elevation of the overall development as we are looking north. So here you can see the tower plates as we start moving up the building and how from these building form relative to the overall volumes of the existing heritage buildings. As we start to move up the tower itself, and then we drop off from the 11-story mid-rise volume that you see here on building B. We do then start to center the tower forms above the glass boxes that we have over the podium buildings, and then we're using these to maximize the setbacks as we can, just making sure that we do have significant step backs from the ground floor plan. And this is, I guess, what's resulting in some of the concern that's being raised about the 16.2 meter separation between the 18-story volume and the 34-story volume of building A, and the 19.3 story volume between building C and building B. But we do want to mention that the greater than 15 meters that we have between the market buildings and this T-shape are respecting the mid-rise separation distances that we would expect to see on the City of Toronto guidelines. Okay. Again, looking at the building massing as they relate, to the overall height map that's established in terms of the MZO, represented here as the 141 meter box shown in red around the subject site. We do acknowledge that there could be a possibility of looking at raising the height of building C as it sits above the cleaning room. But this is demonstrating how the building and the massing has been established in terms of the strategy that we've adopted for the overall site with this massing diagram. Sorry, Gus, over to you.
Great, thanks, Earl. So we'll just be addressing some points in relation to some of the comments we heard earlier and some of the feedback we've received in areas surrounding sustainability, materiality, circulation and site porosity, perimeter interface, particularly with the outdoor community center, and then streetscape activation. So one of the elements that we heard at our last meeting was the idea of taking a step back and really looking at the overall circulation in the area and how it relates to how we address certain street frontages. So the first sketch is really just a very large overview in terms of pedestrian circulation. We just wanted to kind of identify some areas for opportunity that we see going forward. And one of them is the idea of crossings of Eastern and that interconnection between the site and Underpass Park. So that's something that's we're still in the process of looking through. But currently there is a stop sign at Rolling Mills and Eastern, but not a pedestrian crossing. And for that reason, we didn't identify that as a crossing. The majority of pedestrian movement to the north and to the east happens at the northeast corner by Lauren Harris Square. So there's an interaction of a lot of pedestrian movement there. And then we just, for context, placed our understanding of the future subway station, which is about 600 meters away, and just a large kind of view of where we see people traveling to and from and how those outdoor primary spaces, Corktown Common, Underpass Park, and then ultimately over to King Street, how we see that circulation working throughout the site. And one of the main elements that we see at this scale is that the mid-block connection from Tannery and 120 Bayview to the east has a really strong connection to bring you to that main pedestrian crossing at Lauren Harris Square, and then ultimately through the Pops and over to the south side of Eastern. Next slide. And then we took a look at what are the street conditions, the activation on the adjacent roads in terms of context. So Rolling Mills itself in the two buildings to the south have loading doors on both the east and west. The eastern building just south of the site has a type G and an underground loading. And then the building to the west has an access to loading and also interior road. So that Rolling Mills streetscape is a unit paved street, but it does have a lot of loading currently in the at-grade uses for the buildings. We see in the red lines the more commercial activated frontages, certainly facing Front Street Promenade on the north side. The proposed retail elements in the two heritage buildings on our site, and then how that dovetails to some of the other commercial at-grade uses to the north and east of us. Just an overview to take a look at what the pedestrian experience on these various streetscapes are and what the opportunities are in terms of how our site can contribute and enhance that circulation. Next slide. A zoomed in view of the site. So in terms of some of the modifications that Earl mentioned, the porosity of the site and creating those connections both to the north and south and building on the existing mid-block connection to the east was something we've taken another look at. In terms of the east-west circulation, the carriageway that Earl mentioned was definitely a move forward in terms of creating that safe pedestrian environment from the proposed POP space to the community center space. We also, in the relocating of loading and ramp functions to the eastern driveway entrance, have created what is essentially in our minds an extension of the POP space. So we did hear at our last meeting that the POP space location and how it feeds into the circulation within the site doesn't need to necessarily be thought of as a one area type of expression. So by relocating the ramp to the eastern driveway, we've created a space that is shared for the type C loading of building A, but that is a very intermittent use. So we see that as very much a shared space. So the area that we've identified with the red circulation is a vehicle-free connection that brings you to Eastern, but we also see that as an ancillary space that can support the activities of the POPs. So when loading isn't occurring in building A, that space could theoretically be closed off for an intermittent event, and the two spaces can communicate with each other. That's a big move forward in that there is no regular access in terms of underground or type G loading. The type C is very intermittent for building A. So we see that space as a shared space, allows for pedestrian movement free of the vehicle turning for that loading, but as a space that can really build on the connection and offer additional opportunities for activation. Earl mentioned in terms of the loading move to the eastern driveway. So access and loading is all into this interior courtyard. There are several type G loading spaces within that area, but it does also create a sight line to the lobby that Earl mentioned. Could be a glass expression, something to have that lobby for the community space as having a presence on Eastern, so the views to that area. And then in terms of circulation on the east and south areas, there are a series of sections and enlargements that we'll look at next that start to propose a vision for that outdoor community space. It was mentioned in terms of the interface, how we may address that grade change. In some case in the southeast corner, it's about 1.2 meters. It's an existing retaining wall currently with a fence, and we've got some thoughts on how that space might evolve to bring in a lot more planting to soften the edge and have a really flexible space for the outdoor that supports indoor uses, but also allows for parallel in tandem mid-block connection that can access through the outdoor space and then ultimately to the northeast corner. Just one item to note on this slide, we are proposing a stair connection in an east-west direction to the 120 Bayview site to the east, and we'll see what that looks like in elevation shortly. Next slide.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but you're actually basically have used up all of the time, so I think it would be good if you could wrap.
Okay, I won't spend any time on this one. It's self-explanatory. Vehicle movements, next slide. An overall landscape plan. I think we've described many of the major moves here, so perhaps we can go to the next one. An enlargement of the pop space, some modifications since our last meeting in terms of realigning the tree grove, bringing it closer to the public realm, the addition of an interpretive layer along the outer perimeter along the south and west. But we've also adjusted some of the materiality, focused the brick paving, heritage brick paving in the areas that address the two buildings, but the remainder of the site has become much more of a material that is consistent with the streetscape. Next. Some thoughts on permeability and sustainability in terms of how the planters would function and permeable aprons for the plaza space. Next slide. I'll go fast through these. Updated sections on the pop space. This is in an east-west direction with planters on both sides. You see the gantry crane in relation to the cleaning room building. Next slide. A section in the north-south, we've enlarged the central planter and had that incorporated with a drainage component that the enlargement had additional information on. Next slide. This section, maybe we'll finish on this one. This is a section through the community space to have a look at what the grade change is. On the right, we see the 120 Bayview site, the existing mid-block connection, and then transitional planters that incorporate seating that support outdoor uses for the community space. We think that's a really great opportunity to bring in additional planting and start to integrate that space as essentially one outdoor space that leads from the edge of the community space all the way to the building face of 120 Bayview. Next. This is just an elevation view of the connection to 120 Bayview looking to the east. We won't spend any time on these. We're continuing to develop in terms of materiality, lighting, and planting designs, and we're happy to answer any questions. And so that's it for our slides. If you want to go past, Earl, to the end.
Okay, thank you, Gus, and sorry for taking up the majority of the time there. I think I'll just walk through this really quickly. The last couple of slides that we wanted to present were some alternative massing schemes. I'll walk through this really quickly, but really at the end of the day, we were looking at seeing what could happen if we move the tower shapes off of the heritage component of Building A, leaving a sort of tower form relative to Building C, which may be able to be extended to pick up traffic and entry from vehicular access off of Eastern Avenue and creating a little bit more of a central courtyard in the middle. We had massing diagrams that we were looking at in terms of what this would mean and the resulting separations. And then again, walking through what this meant from an axonometric perspective. Again, the difficulty here would be that there were comments that we heard in terms of how the site could be reorganized, how we can redistribute massing across the site. But again, this does also move a little bit counter to some of the problems that we have in terms of how the site has currently been severed and what it would mean to create these volumes relative to the existing site constraints, where obviously a move to be able to take some of the density that's lost by the T-shape and then move it onto a sort of a mid-rise block obviously would have to transfer the mass into other areas of the site, which were asked to be protected by the HIA. And I think at this point, we can probably end the presentation here and then move on to any questions and concerns raised by the panel members.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll move on to questions from the panel. Who wants to start?
On the east and the southeast of the building, there's two neighboring residential properties, which look like they have open space on their to the north and to the west of the buildings. What's the interface that you're expecting to happen there between your kind of side yard and southerly open space? If you go to a plan, maybe you can.
Yeah, Gus, I'm not sure if you want me to go back to the plans or maybe to some of the
a
sections.
plan is probably good. Like unfortunately, you never show those neighboring buildings in plans, so it's partly why I'm asking.
Maybe one of the landscape slides?
That would show it. Okay, so
Okay.
on the far east,
Mhm.
see where the site comes down and has a kind of trapezoidal shape. There's a couple of trees. It looks like it's all paved. Adjacent to that property is another project, right? Another building, existing building. What is the relationship of your open space to the open space of that building? And the same question would be true of what happens when Palace Street doesn't go through. They've also shown a kind of a little ovaloid shaping of trees there. What happens to the south of that? Like, do you put fences there? Does it connect with those other properties? I don't know what that happens.
Sure. So the project, the existing building on the east and the south is one project.
Right.
And currently along the eastern property line, there's a retaining wall and a fence. On the east of that retaining wall and fence, there is a generous unipaved connection. We haven't shown, there are planters in that development to the east, and there are some door accesses, but you're right, it isn't all paved, but the majority of the southeast corner that we see in this rendering is paved. It's a series of door entries and various things. The trapezoidal shape that indents in that part of the building does have some doors and some planters. They're private uses on that side, but essentially the south and east is the adjacent development, and they do have that grade change. If we look to the southeast corner, just to the left of that corner, there is an existing gas meter for the development to the south and east, and in a linear planter. So just for context, the south face of the machine room building is the property line. So that unit paving south and everything south of that is the adjacent buildings site.
And is it all paved?
It's paved between the ramp, which you see the car and in the planting around that we've represented. It's paved between that ramp, the north extent of that and that large planter, to the building face. So that is paved. And just one other item we didn't mention, we're also speaking to that adjacent development regarding some sort of agreement potential to have access to the community space via that paved space just south of the building. So essentially the property line is at the building. Everything south of that is the adjacent building. A lot of it is unit paved, especially the connection that brings you as the mid block. But in the indent of the building, there are additional planters and elements that we haven't shown in this rendering.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Van?
So a quick question about the alternate massing. So from my understanding, the cantilever would go over what is currently the pops and opens up a huge courtyard space to the north of the site, correct?
That's entirely correct. So you can see what's happening here in this alternate massing scheme. We have the indication of what that courtyard space could be off of Eastern Avenue, and then the density is being transferred, I guess, from from the T shape and rotated over that pops area.
I'm wondering, could the T shape be cantilevered over that courtyard space on the opposite direction? Like the way you have it now, the scheme that you presented, but the cantilever is happening over that north courtyard. Is there some I'm just asking in the hopes of understanding maximizing ground plane public realm potentials. If that's something you looked at, and if so, what were the drawbacks?
No, that's not something that we've actually contemplated, to be honest. I think the whole intent of rotating that T-shaped space to create this courtyard is, I guess, really, how do we say it? I guess putting the emphasis on this courtyard to be one that's surrounded in the U-shape by the three buildings. We had heard that we had concerns from city staff in terms of separations, and particularly what that massing meant in terms of proximity to the two market buildings. And so the, I guess, moving of that mass to be as far away as possible to not create that sort of bottleneck condition and to improve pedestrian connection within that center courtyard was more of the focus of this alternate massing scheme than anything else. Hence why we didn't just simply take that T shape and then raise it on pillow T's to allow for that courtyard space in the middle to be open. It was really a reaction to separation distances and feedback hearing about the deletion of the T.
Thank you.
Amy, you want to go next? Yeah.
Sure. So I guess along those lines that it was also a response to not overwhelming the heritage characteristics of the buildings. And in that regard, building A massing, is there some setback that prevents you from disconnecting it from the existing heritage building? Like, in other words, could that building move away to reinstate the cross block connection from basically between the heritage buildings that you had in the previous scheme?
This is a fairly, it was a fairly quick study that we had undertaken. I think there's a possibility of potentially separating the volumes themselves to ensure there's maybe a little bit more distinct reading of the tower form as it comes down to the ground floor plane relative to the cleaning room. One of the things that we would want to do, though, however, is just to ensure that there is still, sorry, just let me go back one more slide, some level of interconnectivity between the two spaces. I think what you'll see here is that rather than having the entrance off of Rolling Mills Road in this particular scheme, the idea here is that we would create an additional curb cut, use that existing opening as access for a type C loading space, and making sure that there is some way of getting residents to be able to move their belongings in and out of the building and keeping that loading space free from having to potentially interface with this courtyard. So it's one of these things where we still believe that the building should still be somewhat connected. We are relying on amenity space to be flowing in that northwest corner of the site. But I think in terms of expression of form, could be explored.
Yeah, so there's no setback issues.
Not that we're aware of.
Yeah, because it could be glazed, right? I mean, it could still be connected, but yeah.
Yes, I believe that that's something that could be explored.
Okay, David.
Yeah, just a few quick questions. Just to follow up on that. So the first game that you presented, it could have a vehicular entrance off Rolling Mills, even though the HIA, like, what's the status of the HIA and that facade, and can you introduce a vehicular access off it instead of that internal courtyard?
I think it's something that could be explored. And I think, we can take that comment back to the owner and see whether or not it's something that I think is a worthwhile suggestion. It's something that did cross our mind as the presentation was occurring. I think what it would remove potentially is a street address, particularly off of Rolling Mills. But I think there may be a way of integrating the two, possibly putting a little bit more of an unpronounced entrance. So there is still a street entrance off of Rolling Mills, and then creating a little bit more of a larger entrance off of the pedestrian courtyard and improving the animation along this area. So certainly a good suggestion that could be looked at.
My other question in terms of the HIA, just so it's really crystal clear in my mind, the HIA, as I understand it, stipulated that views to building A and views to building B, those heritage facades, although one technically isn't a heritage facade, I guess, on building B, but the idea is that those views remained open, so there would be no building in that pop space. Views to those facades are what's important, right?
That's correct, and that's why even in the alternate scheme we are mentioning that we are breaking some of the constraints that were involved. But again, it was just a massing scheme responding to certain comments, but it does require us to, I guess, effectively, if any of the schemes are being supported, break some of our rules so that we have in place in order to push the project forwards.
And just one final comment. What is that space beside the amenity of building C. That wasn't clear in my mind what the point of that was. Like you're dragging vehicles into that space. It turns up on all the drawings.
Oh, sorry. Zoom isn't quite working well here. Sorry.
That green vehicle right there.
Oh, just here. I think this was maybe the original scheme that we were looking at. I think there would be an idea that we would still need type C access for pickup and delivery for the community center itself. There aren't any existing openings that we can use that would provide for a better integration of space in that particular area, and we weren't looking to necessarily cross over this particular area going south into the lobby of building B, because then we would basically be driving across the pedestrian connection that we have from the pop space to the glazed box, which would form, I guess, the principal entrance of the community center. So it's just loading access more than anything else.
Okay, thanks. That's it.
Yeah. Janet.
Yeah, just looking at this ground floor plan, I'm curious about the outdoor amenity space. Is that grade related outdoor amenity space?
It currently is, and I think right now one of the challenges that we have, given, I know we've had comments about the site itself being relatively large and being able to accommodate a significant amount of the program. But given where we are with the property line and the servants of the affordable building, if we're trying to meet and trying to maximize the amount of exterior amenity space that we have for building C, without reducing the amount of the amount of GFA that we're providing, this particular area is the most, how do I say it? It works, I guess, in the favor of looking at the overall project from a delivery perspective in terms of being able to maximize residential GFA across the site. And I'm not sure if there's any other opportunities elsewhere, to place the exterior amenity on the tower without introducing other cutbacks or incisions into the building, which would, I guess, take away from the amount of residential GFA for the subject site itself.
And maybe Earl, just to add to that, it's currently shown as an area. We haven't really articulated what the vision for that space might be, but we would see it very much as an appropriate outdoor amenity space that supports the indoor and is, aware of its context in relation to the community space and what type of amenities would be suited there. So it is part of the discussion. We haven't yet articulated what that could be.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna go. I see Nina Marie now has joined us. Welcome. Nina Marie, do you have any questions? Can you hear me?
Thank you. Yes, I can hear you, Paul. I've been here just off camera. Thank you very much. My questions are already responded to regarding the alternate massing. Thank you.
Eric, you're also on now,
Yes.
so any questions?
Yeah, one question is the building A. I see like in your rendering that it's the tower is cantilever, but if you look at some of the site plan view, it appears that there are columns on the south end. Could you just clarify what is the strategy there? Is it supported or is it a cantilever or?
Okay, so right now, at least in terms of the overall strategy, and it's a little bit hard to potentially read in this plan. There is, I guess, a cantilevered form over in this particular area, and I hope that I don't stand miscorrected, but we are not expecting to carry those columns down from the last cantilevered floor down to the ground floor. So what we've tried to do is set up a structural system where those columns are lined up with the existing pier locations in the building, and we can integrate those columns behind that facade. But as we get above,
then they would go through the roof and then connect. So what we have in the rendering is slightly different. Okay. And could you, there's no stats or anything on the package. Can you just remind us what are the floor plates from what is the size of the floor plate for each of the building, or at least the kind of the taller elements?
So we were trying to maximize both the residential floor plates to 750 square meters, just to be aligned with the City of Toronto tall building guidelines.
So are they 750 or the number?
Sorry, 750.
Just a number.
Yeah,
A
750.
and C are 750.
A and C, and then I believe Building B was larger, but I don't have that number at my fingertips right now. But maybe what I'll do is I'll just invite. I know we've got staff back in the office that are here. If they have that information handy, hopefully they can just enter it in the chat and correct me if I've made any errors in what I just claimed.
And one more question is I know there's obviously there's an MZO here that, stipulate a lot of the of what we see, but is like as part of the discussion, if there was some alternative solution or things that were, make the project better and you don't lose a GFA, you don't lose unit, has there been discussion about how this MZO can be modified to respond to maybe a better response?
I don't know if I necessarily have that answer off the top of my head in terms of, from a planning perspective, how much we can deviate from the current MZO. I think it's definitely a question we'll have to take back and respond back to the panel members with. But I believe that's something that somebody with a planning background would probably want to speak
something
to.
we'd have to be requested, obviously. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Correct.
Okay, thanks, Eric. Back to the panel. Other members of the panel with questions? Yeah.
I'd like to ask a couple questions just to frame some of my comments. I'd like to look at the energy simulation that you've submitted, and I'm hugely excited about geothermal potential for the site. I hope you move forward with that. That's excellent. I note that you've met the Tier 1 requirements on the EUI and the TEDI. I've done some quick calculations. I was super excited about your greenhouse gas intensity. I'm like, wow, okay, how did we get there? Maybe it's the geothermal system. I think that's amazing. I did a quick calc on your electricity consumption with average emission rates from the grid, and that meets your calculation at 5.5. Again, that's superb. That's almost Tier 3. However, your natural gas consumption for your domestic hot water would nearly double your GHG emissions. So I would like you to go back and check that calculation, please. It's still good, but if we can keep it closer to 5, I think that's amazing. You note here that there's 0 heat rejection, which I think is accurate, given that you have nearly twice the heating load to the cooling load. That would make sense to me. But I'd like to know what percentage of heat injection Diverso is carrying to balance the geo-exchange. Do you have that information?
Unfortunately not. I think we're fairly early with our discussions with Diverso, so I think that's something that we definitely have to come back at the next presentation with information on.
Okay, so we're proposing a natural gas-fired domestic hot water system. Have we looked at a heat pump system for domestic hot water? Do you know?
Again, I think that's something that we'll have to take
maybe
back.
you might know this. Your ventilation strategy, is it a in-suite ERV strategy?
I believe so. I think that would be our understanding. Again, we can confirm at the next presentation and hopefully have.
I'll make some assumptions and to set up my comments. Thank you.
Okay. Other questions from anyone on the panel? No? Okay, let's move to comments. And we'll run through that and I'll summarize at the end, give you a chance to respond, then we'll take a vote. So who wants to start with comments?
I'm ready to start with comments if somebody wants to start.
Well, you got the floor.
All right, thank you. Because I'm just seeing some opportunities here. Again, if geothermal is the way to go, I highly encourage it. I hope you keep it. I think it can make a lot of sense. It certainly reduces your greenhouse gas intensity, which is the most important number in my mind. Now, the domestic hot water, if it's a gas-fired system, it might be a condensing system, it might be efficient. But I think there's opportunities here if you were to use an air source heat pump for that load with a coefficient of performance of around 2. I know that I'm throwing a lot of numbers out here, but you could actually probably save a little bit of money on your utility going to a heat pump to deliver that load. And that could also be your heat injection source. So the idea is that probably this system is a ambient loop. You probably have a distributed heat pump system. You know, every tenant or suite has 1 or 2 heat pumps. They pay for the utility to operate that. It takes the heat in and out of an ambient loop, which is excellent. That goes down into the ground, but it has to be balanced. We have to take as much heat out of the ground as we put back in. I don't mean to be pedantic, but we have twice the heating load as the cooling load, which I would expect. That heat pump system for your domestic hot water could dump the heat back into the ground very, very efficiently. And I'm saying that you could actually save a bit of utility data or money on that. And then you get back to your really, really advanced greenhouse gas intensity of 5.5, which is what we need to shoot for. So I would really encourage you to analyze that. I think it would make financial sense and would sort of optimize the system. And then you know, I think you, and I want to say it respectfully, I think you have a gross error here on the calculation, but you could get back to that, I think, quite easily. So I'd encourage you to move forward with that. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Kevin. Patty.
Do you mind going back to the slide that was open already, just for the floor plan, if that's okay? Just the original. Yeah, I think for me, just I want to urge the landscape team to maybe take on a bigger role on the site overall beyond the pops, because the pops themselves are beautifully designed. I think there's some really great ideas, but as a site overall, your ambitions of creating these connectivities, connective systems and walkways is really exciting and important. But I think to answer some of the questions that Jana might have been asking about the outdoor shared amenity, the walkways, you know, it's kind of sad that the truck is still there, even if it's a placeholder. Just gives me this idea that this seems like more of a priority than other things. Even if it was a hiccup or a leftover piece, it's just kind of alludes to this idea that these places are still afterthoughts. And the space that's between the two buildings is still pretty big, even though it's a temporary loading. I think being proactive about what you think should be there when there are no trucks is really, really critical. One suggestion I would say is to add the red brick paving across the whole site, get rid of the concrete paving and just create this sense that this is a continuous space. One example that could be you could look at is the King Portland Center that Claude Cormier's office did on King and Portland, where you've got this continuous red brick herringbone pattern that weaves even to the back where the loading docks are and the alleyways. But it becomes this really wonderful, some spaces very tight public realm, like you've got here where they've got some restaurant patios and lighting, and it's tight and cold and tight and dark, but you've got the ability to actually create some public realm in those spaces. So what I'm encouraging the team here to do is just get out of this, you know, beautifully designed pops and really consider the ground plane and all of those spaces as part of the public realm, in addition to some very, you know, clear potential performative stuff like ground stormwater planting, all of these other things. But I think I want to encourage the landscape team to take a larger role in designing the entire block as one continuous system versus a really beautiful isolated corner.
I have another
Thank you,
question.
Tina. Oh, well, all right.
I'm sorry,
I'll allow
it was my first time, so I get a pass.
Oh, you get an extra chat.
Good. I guess my question is, are we actually expected to comment on the new massing proposal? Like, what's the status of that? Are you showing that massing because you've tried it and it doesn't work, and you're like, I'm curious why we're still looking at this plan. I thought that we were actually assessing whether your response to some of the concerns in the last review, which, so are we supposed to comment on the new thing?
That's among other things.
Paul, what do you?
We don't have the new massing submitted to us. What's been shown to us is the plan that's on the screen now.
And so part two of my question, then the plan that's on the screen now, has there been adjustments made, like in response to some of those comments, or just advancements of the same scheme? So for example, the loading and servicing the ramp that's not incorporated in the building potentially, and the distance between buildings. That I think actually the new I would love to talk about the new massing, but is that something we can do?
I don't see why not. I mean, if you go back to the comments the panel made before, it's, among other things, that explore alternatives in terms of massing in built form.
So one
and
thing that
we had a couple of
yeah.
Options basically shown. That's one exploration, and correct me if I'm wrong, but the objective is, how can you stay within the MZO generally and make improvements to the distribution of the massing, the facing distance condition, the integrated ground plane connections, north, south, east, west, minimize vehicular access points, all of those things is where we came from. And so I think that's what you're looking for.
It's, yeah. Yeah. All of the suggestions and ideas that we've advanced would maintain the permissions of the MZO and the registered agreements between the province and the owner. And that was our intention with
right. So Pina, feel free, given what you've seen in terms of this proposed alternative versus this versus anything else, what would be the best solution for this site in the context of the MZO, I think is where we're trying to get to.
Yeah, I mean, I think that in that context, one of the things that really strikes me about this site, which in fact it is a very big site and extraordinary in that way, is that all of the context, the immediate context buildings like along Palace Street, we're not seeing it in this plan necessarily, Rolling Mills Road, Palace Street, and even the eastern side, with, I think that's the KPMB building now, right? Yeah. And so 3 sides of this large site with these heritage treasures on it actually have very sort of forgettable street related facades, or like it's all full residential coming to the ground. And there's a lot of service doors, there's a lot of blank facades. So there's a real challenge and actually exciting challenge for this site and the additions to the site to actually start to animate that street and grade related pedestrian experience. So building B, the big lobby of building B, actually has the opportunity to connect to the new community space in the heritage building and not be just, residential lobby, but it has to do more. It has a big job to do to actually bring people deep in the site from the Palace Street side. And I would say that the big obstacle is really the loading and garbage and even parking ramp. Is there an opportunity, even the new massing could also be explored in that way, if there is actually entrance from the northeast side? So it's mirroring the adjacent building, has a similar kind of more service access, but moving building C over so that you actually create a new access to the site and loading, and there's a major sort of service access from the east side. So you're not ever being confronted, by loading and service, even from, in the new massing. What I think is exciting, although really quiet and inarticulate right now, is really this courtyard and what happens there. So the idea of bringing people deep into the block and then accessing maybe the residential lobby, the community space, more retail actually that comes up the north-south gap between the heritage buildings. There's like lots of opportunity to use program to animate that ground plane.
Okay, that's a good set of comments that I'm sure people want to pick up on. Jen?
Yeah, if you could turn to the landscape circulation plan, I just want to pick up on comment Bowdy made and then talk at one other comment about heritage. You know, the landscape circulation. Yeah, so I think there's some challenges that you have in the diagramming of the landscape space. And I think one of them is the relationship between the outdoor amenity space at grade with buildings C and the community space. It's essentially now a squeeze that you're saying, you know, pedestrians are going to move through. It basically masks any relationship between the community space and Eastern Avenue, as well as creating, I think, a personal security issue along that pedestrian east-west connection there. So that's one thing in specific. I think there's also some clarification that would be great with respect to where the site property lines are and where you're saying the pedestrian access is that you have agency over and what you're assuming you can do outside of the property line, because I think that creates a different story about the porosity of the circulation through the site. And I think it's really great that you're looking at it now, because I think it is a large site, as Pina was saying, and I think there are some blind spots at the moment. I also think when you do this circulation through the site, I think it would be really informative to put all the entries to the different buildings as part of the story about the circulation, because that also provides some idea about the life of that pedestrian route or routes through. So I would really look for that the next time. And finally on this, I think you are putting a lot of faith in shared pedestrian and loading precincts, whether it's type C or infrequent loading and pedestrian and the park entrance to the parking. And I think it's entirely possible to have that layering of the different circulation systems. But then I think you need to really come up with a very sound landscape, groundscape plan about how, in particular, pedestrians are going to know where to walk and know where to be and know where to sit. So the next time it would be really great to see your design for that as part of this circulation. And now if you can just turn to the affordable building lobby slide.
Sorry, and just to ask, the rendering or?
Rendering of the interior? Oh, no, sorry, the photograph of the interior. Yeah, and so I think what I think would be really valuable to see in the next presentation, it's not clear to me yet what your attitude is about the heritage assets and whether this is heritage preservation or heritage interpretation. And I'm asking that in part because you have the existing masonry that you say you're retaining, but then the windows, you say you're going to simulate the industrial sash with thermal pane units. So I think there's a kind of mixed message here about what your attitude is. And it would be very helpful for the panel to see what that is. And also following from what your stated strategy is, how that is compatible with the building science. Because I'm not sure how you can have that much window in the different elevations and achieve the kind of energy targets that you're providing. Same with the floor. You talk about having, you know, the railway tracks. Well, I don't really understand how that'll work if you have to level the floor, all those kinds of things. So I think the next time round, it would be great to have, and maybe Phil should be here the next time to talk about that, because I think this is a heritage site, and it's not just about what it looks like from the outside. It's also about an attitude about preserving that asset as a heritage asset for the community.
Okay, thank you. Other members of the panel, comments?
Yeah, I'd love
Dana?
to, I'd
Would
love
you,
to talk about the.
would you mind if I go next? Because I'm in Picton
yeah.
and
Oh,
the
I'm
library is
sorry.
going to close at
Sure.
5.
Yeah.
So I just don't want to be kicked. I just don't want to be kicked out.
You're on. You're on.
Thank you. So thank you for the presentation. I think there's a few, I like Pina. I think I would have liked to see a little bit, I would have liked to see more massing exploration, because I actually do think there might actually be more to explore than one unconvincing kind of variation on the theme. You know, could they have been more of a, you know, moving some of the of the massing to the north? That might have been along Eastern. That might have been interesting to see. I think that so, but even at a more micro level, I think that some exploration may have been about looking how the tall element and the heritage meet, because it's still in many cases awkward in terms of looking at the detail. Could there have been a larger gap, a larger setback, a larger area? So and what is the materiality between the transition? Because I think it's not quite resolved. I found it's been very little evolution since the last time we actually generally I found that the scheme has not evolved a lot in terms of some of the element of the site plan and the ground, and yes, but from a massing, from a materiality, I'm kind of left wanting to see more, see how heritage is being respected, how the two are coming together. That is so in terms of the relationship of existing of the heritage to how it transitioned to a tower. I think those which should be looked at. I think from if could we go to the slide number 30, the one with the site plan. I believe it is slide 35, please.
Sorry, I think just looking at this right
the
now.
one with the line, the one with the color. It's
Yeah, I think
your
I might have.
slide 33. Yeah, that one.
This is
no, next. That's your
This is the old
previous
one.
one.
I think I may have accidentally deleted it somewhere in the middle of the
Okay.
presentation, to be honest with you. So I apologize for
So
that.
but
if we can
it's
stay
that
here.
one. It's that one without the color. One thing that I think would be worth to look at is a few things from that plan. I think that there's been some interesting moving around of access and servicing and so on. I think that on the community center, I still think the entrance is in the wrong place. I think if you you move things to the north, and it's kind of embedded in the place that, if I feel like it's, a community center should have kind of a proper address. If you use the area that you've highlighted to the north of Building B, but mirror it and put it along Palace, I know there might be some elements on whose ownership to the front, but even looks to me that the tip of that area that is still reserved for the community center would actually, if it was shifted to the south side of the building, could actually have an address on Palace Street. So I think that in terms of giving it some real streets presence in a place that is not embedded between a bunch of ramps, a bunch of delivery area, an area where you have to walk through bicycle storage and servicing area, I think it needs to have a more formal presence, a more eye on the streets present, since it's a community facility, and it should have a civic presence. I think removing the commemoration wall is actually a good thing, but I don't think it goes further. I don't think there's anything. I think that ramp should actually. So looking at it, you actually have a few units that are at the tipped end of that little protrusion of Building B. What I'm thinking is, could the ramp be moved? And I don't think they're necessarily great unit, but could the ramp be moved just north of the loading area, with the access from with the integrating the ramp within the building. And then the space that is north of that is remain, and even you could probably then extend part of that building, having more amenity space or retail or something that kind of helps to animate the edge of the square there. And then the space between Eastern and the front of the building, I think can either could be extended maybe to program, but really increase that pedestrian comfort area. I think that would go a certain way to help to fix that area, because I think the ramp is still awkward in terms of how it comes out of the ground. It's right next to the sidewalk. I think it's going to create some pedestrian issue, and I would probably want to see it more embedded within the within the building itself. So yeah, I think that the heritage still feel overwhelmed. So working on the building themselves, on the transition, and then looking at these area about how you could improve the front door of the community center, improve the ramping and these edges along these the ground floor relationship, especially around that ramp with the rest of your open space network. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Eric. Nina Marie, you have comments? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Sorry, there's a bit of a lag here. I'm just going to build, this is a little bit out of sequence, but I'd like to build on Fadi and Jana's comments regarding the landscape plane in particular and the alternative massing. I think that overall, I just want to say first, I appreciate what we heard and the response page. It's nice when teams do this for us, so thank you. It makes it clear for us to go back to the previous version and this one. That summary is on page 21 and 22. And in that context, like Pina, I really appreciate the opportunity that there is an alternative massing that allows us to address those changes that you heard that are actually indicated in that text. This is an incredibly dense project, as so much of this area will be and is becoming. And that need for community space, that need for access to public green space, particularly natural spaces that even if they're very organized and linear through this project, they connect to the larger system of natural spaces like we spoke about before in Corktown Common. We know this is an essential quality for mental and physical well-being of the inhabitants in this area. And so that anything this team can do to connect that landscape plan at the ground plane so that it overcomes this idea of being little fragmented pockets, that there is, even in very strict, rigid orthogonal plantings, there's an opportunity to connect to these other spaces. I think that I think Jana, sorry, you've already said this, but I'll echo again, that image, the icon of the vehicle that tells us these will be shared spaces is really problematic. Anything you can do to externalize those services, whether it was in the northeast corner proposed by Pina in the alternative massing strategy comments or another way to do this, I don't think it matters. I think it's important to separate the uses so that the landscape performance uses are not compromised by vehicular intrusion wherever possible. I do appreciate that there is a benefit to doing double duty where possible, but when there are safety issues, whether they're life safety issues or even just a compromise to the residents' already rather limited opportunities to experience the landscape, those are important functions that ought not to be an afterthought. But that encouragement, I think, carries through perhaps with more opportunity in the alternative massing. In the existing plan that we're looking at on screen right now, the public green spaces or the POP spaces, both actually, are really fragmented. And while they can be elegant and small, they're severed. And there really needs to be better performative communication. I think I appreciate especially the stormwater management and LID low impact development approaches that you're using, but then the connections really do need to be maintained. If we're harvesting rainwater, for example, to optimize stormwater performance on the site, we're using rain as a resource, and that can do double and triple duty with the more layered structured plantings that you show in the precedent studies, but do not yet really appear in any way on plan. I think there's huge potential there for layered structured diversity in the bioswales or areas that you're naming rainwater catchment zones. Those are also visual, legible opportunities for community members to follow, to sit beside, to engage with in a way that's really wellness-based, actually, in this dense development. And then finally, just again, without duplicating others, this is your most significant outdoor asset, both the POPs and the community space. And I think it needs not to be sort of squashed over onto that eastern side, but really extended into that U shape if the alternative massing can really be delivered. If we're going to stick with this one, then I still think the loading, whether it's type C or other, has to be extroverted wherever possible. Thank you for some specification on the tree species. Those are not yet, of course, tied to specific zones, but I think the thinking is at least progressive in that way. And I encourage you to continue on with that and really looking to some of the smaller native cultivars that can perform well in a tight space, but still be layered with ground plane and ground coverage that is more stratified and diversified. So thank you for that initiative.
Thanks, Dana Marie. Okay, back to the panel. Other comments?
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
You said sure. Go ahead.
Okay. Right, I got myself into that. So I just want to say that firstly that I think from the public realm is its ambitions are trending in the right direction. And it's good to see that the loading areas, for example, are being removed from that one central or from the most western of those pedestrian connections. And I would encourage you to look at removing that loading zone completely out of that area. But I think then that you can begin to think of Underpass Park and that pop space connecting in a very strong and deliberate way. I've walked through this neighborhood many times, and I've never crossed at an intersection. You just cross Eastern, frankly, wherever you happen to be. Look both ways, and there you go. And there's an Underpass Park is an important space at this western end, and I think that should be more deliberate. And maybe even take some design cues or cultural ambitions from that context. And I do agree with the previous panel comments in terms of what Jana was talking about, that east-west connection across the site is really compromised with the loading and the amenity space there. I think that needs to be studied further. Let's see here. And I do think that the ambition to connect, as you've started to talk about, that outdoor community space with the linear or with the north-south connection next to the KPMB building is also an important is important to pursue. I think in terms of the alternative scheme, I feel that kind of piloti supported mass is really compromising that public space at the southwest corner. I would highly discourage pursuit of that. I think it's going to result in a very dark, uninviting space ultimately. And those are my comments. Thank you.
I'll jump onto that. I agree with that as well in terms of the alternate massing, because not only will it create a really dark space there, the north-facing courtyard in Toronto, I don't think is really going to be successful. I just think that it's a kind of situation where I understand trying to bring everything together at the center, but I also feel like what we've got here with those kinds of connections, David, that you were talking about with Underpass Park, there is a way to make this porosity and what's feeling fragmented now feel more continuous and coherent as you move through. And I think that part of that is giving the landscape architects some ability to have more kind of voice in what's happening here. As to what Patty was saying, and I fully underscore that as well.
Yeah, just to build on all my great landscape colleagues, Nina Marie, you kind of said a lot of it, but I just can't help look at the plan and want there to be either a really strong east-west connection through the whole block that's just made a little wider. I think pulling the building a little bit away from building B already kind of opened up that opportunity. Can you push that further north and really make a great east-west corridor and two great north-south corridors connecting the eastern? And then you have like an open space armature that you could be really clear about where pedestrians move. You could be clear about where trucks occasionally need to go and have these identity places that are like, one's like almost like an alley that runs through the whole site. Or I'm also with Fadi, I could see where you would instead just say the whole surface is really for the pedestrians. And then you make it really hard for the trucks to use it and they only use it occasionally. And that's what's unifying and gives it like a carpet that's beautifully designed from edge to edge. That could also work, but it needs something that holds the whole site together. So some ideas.
Anyone else? Last shot.
Oh,
Pat? No, oh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think that the open space on the southwest corner gets the very best light. In the alternative massing, the courtyard to the north won't work very well in my mind. So not supportive of the alternative massing. I am supportive of this massing. Fadi just whispered in my ear, could we actually cover the parking vehicular ramp to the north? Like, could that building extend or cantilever or somehow tuck that parking ramp in it? Now, I know the city doesn't like the setbacks because of this 3-tower condition, but as an architect, if you go to the elevation, the north elevation, it's got a really nice scale to it, I think. The sort of 3-tower scheme has something that's just, go to the north. Yeah, just a kind of feel to it that isn't just the big tower on the site, right? Like as soon as you take that middle tower out, you just got 2 big towers. This gives it a kind of granular feel to me that is actually at this upper level more granular than whereas it's not working as well as my colleagues would say at the ground plane level. And the argument for this, I guess, is that you're saying that you can reduce the setback based on mid-rise setback guidelines, right? So the 15 meters to the east tower is sort of acceptable if you've got 2 mid-rise buildings beside each other. If for some reason that's still not acceptable, perhaps that tower on the west could notch down and you kind of relocate some of that density over to building A. I'm not sure, but I do feel like that actually has a really kind of a great elevation on Eastern. And I do think the little low middle building could push further forward and tuck in that vehicular parking. And then in terms of towers over top of heritage buildings, I just want to remind everybody that we thought the Roger Stirk thing was pretty good, right? Just across the street from here, which is a cantilevered tower with a big soffit. How far that soffit is from the heritage building is a question, but we kind of gave that one a green light. So I feel like if that's done tastefully, and I think if the soffit is considered, has to be considered because it becomes another elevation to, another elevation to the project, then that kind of massing strategy works.
Okay, anyone else? No? Okay, I'm gonna do my best to try and make sense of everything. First of all, thank you for all the work, the presentation. It's a tough challenge. You've got an MZO, you've got a lot of density that's going to be involved here. You've got heritage buildings. You want to have great public realm. And how do you piece it all together? There's a number of suggestions. First of all, I guess I'll start with doesn't appear to be much support for the alternative massing that you've shown so far, for all the reasons you've heard. But we think there's probably ways to improve what you have, and perhaps another massing exploration is needed with some of the comments that have been made here. And I'll just start, I guess, in terms of starting points. What I'm hearing is more clarity needed on a whole bunch of fronts. Number one is it would really be helpful to show the context of the surrounding buildings to this particular site. So what's north, south, east, west, the connections, the conditions existing, and what will evolve over time. Because there's a real opportunity for this, what goes in this site here, to further animate and enliven that surrounding context and bring the whole place together. The second overall comment I've heard was basically have a bolder landscape strategy throughout, maximize the pedestrian public realm network. Suggestions made in terms of clarity of strong north-south, east-west pedestrian links throughout the site. Connections to the larger public realm that exists in Corktown Common are obviously pretty obvious. And in terms of that entire ground plane, some suggestions made of really tying it all together with consistent, perhaps red brick paving, a suggestion that was made in our commentary. So I think basically a bolder landscape strategy, so it gives you a network through the block, the quality of the public realm within this block, and then the connections to the surrounding public realm in Corktown Common. Third area, and it relates to the perhaps alternative massing explorations, is you even suggested it, I think, in the presentation, there is room to play around with perhaps some higher adjustment of higher heights to achieve greater facing distances. Suggestion you just heard recently about exploring bringing the T building closer to Eastern Avenue. I think we need another variation, another option that can bring this all together in a much more coherent fashion. Another general comment was about externalizing all the services, so get them out of the interior space where possible. As a clarity of the public realm throughout the entire block for pedestrians, so there shouldn't be any ambiguity. I think a good suggestion made regarding the community center space, basically, where the hell's the front door? This is what it comes down to. And a suggestion made about the street presence. If it's a community center, it should front on a street, and there should be the front door there, and perhaps that could be on Palace Street. So I think that needs to be explored a little further. Overall, I think you can achieve all this within the MZO. There may be some adjustments needed in terms of process, but I think the potential is there to make it a much more coherent, clear project that can provide the affordable housing needed and market housing with larger units as shown. And it's not quite there yet. I think more work is needed. And so I think I can go into more. Oh, one other comment about energy. How could I ever forget?
No, thank you. Yeah, all heat pump. Go 100% heat pump.
Heat pump.
And it'll cost the same in utilities, so you're not gonna lose any money.
For consumption reduction and stronger energy efficiency, I think it's a good suggestion. So those are the kinds of themes, I think, and comments that you've heard today, and we would hope that when you come back, you'll take those into consideration and just a stronger and clearer vision that has explored those alternative massing solutions.
Sorry, Paul, clear heritage approach.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. Yes. And the retention and the clarity for the heritage buildings is a key theme, obviously, in this. So I think that covers most of the general comments. We'll give you an opportunity to respond to what you've heard so far, and we look forward to
you coming back to us as soon as possible on this. So do either Earl or Gus, do you have any comments you want to make?
I think from our side, we appreciate the feedback that we're hearing today. I think we're also really appreciative to hear that there's a preference in terms of where we want to make movements, take the comments that we've heard in consideration. Working with the existing scheme over the alternative massing, I think gives us a little bit of clarity in terms of next steps and how we move forward. I think the two things that I just wanted to mention is that one, I think we agree with some comments that we've heard about clarity. Where's the front door of the community center? I know that when we've engaged with the West Don Lands Committee, there have been talks to see whether or not we could potentially create an easement along Palace Street within Block 4 that could potentially have the front entrance of the building off of Palace. And if that's something that all parties can work towards, I think would be a benefit to the project itself. So I think we'll probably come back with some sort of comments to see how that discussion moves ahead. And then lastly, before turning over the floor to Gus, we'll take comments that we've heard in consideration in terms of integration of the vehicular ramp. The only thing that we're concerned about is we know the client wants to keep, the ramp is a residential component, and then trying to mix that and somehow overlap that with the affordable housing building and its property line might be difficult, but we'll come back with some sort of I guess other solutions and explorations in the next presentation. But otherwise, for me, thank you very much.
Yeah, well, I'll just echo what Earl said. From our perspective, we very much appreciate the insightful comments, and we'll certainly take another pass at it and work our way through it.
Okay, I guess the only thing left for us is to decide on our vote, and I'll be very candid with you. I mean, I think the way it is now, I don't see support for it. Although I want to give some encouragement for them to come back and respond to our comments. So I think we're either at a non-support based on what we've seen today, or perhaps a conditional support provided. So I'll have a little bit of feedback and discussion. What's the sense of the panel?
Conditional support.
Yeah.
I think maybe it's conditional because I think we're moving in a direction where we support the massing and we're supporting beginning of a kind of public realm structure we want to see develop. So I'm not sure we want to throw the baby out with the bathwater in this. I think that's.
Don't have a ground source heat pump though.
I think they heard you. I think they heard you loud and clear.
Thank you.
So is there consensus for a conditional support and give them encouragement? And we appreciate all the work done, but there's more work to do, basically.
Yeah,
I agree.
Right?
Yeah.
Is that okay?
Yep.
All right. Thank you. Okay, so conditional support. Okay. Nina Marie? I don't know, Eric is gone already, so, okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Have a good evening.
Keep working.
Will do.
Take care.
Okay, oh, you want to make the comments before we adjourn?
Oh, yeah, hold on. Yes. We're just going.
Yes, you do.
Yeah, I'll do it in camera, sure.
So I think that it concludes the public session of the meeting. Chris would like to go back in camera for just a couple of minutes and make a few comments, so.
Just a few seconds.
Yeah.
Clear the
Just
room. Thank
give
you
me
for
1
your
second here,
attendance.
Chris. Yeah.